opinion poll there. So let's begin. INEC under Mahmoud Yakubu, national disgrace at Edo Peterside. We'll listen to him. So it's the same thing that's been captured there. Showore, Nnamdi Kanu's brother, Ejimako, released from Kuje prison. Aloy Ejimako, special counsel of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and activist politician Omoyele Showore have been released from Kuje prison after perfecting their bail conditions. Kanu's brother, Prince Emmanuel, was also released from the prison on Monday alongside others arrested for participating in the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest in Abuja. Showore, who led the protest, was subsequently arrested by the Nigeria Police Force when he visited the Federal High Court in Abuja for Nnamdi Kanu's trial. They were arraigned before a magistrate court in Kuje Area Council, which eventually granted them bail on Friday. In a video published by Sahara reporters on Monday, Showore Ejimako, Prince Emmanuel and the others were seen leaving the prison premises with their belongings while singing a solidarity song. Daily Post had reported that Ejimako collapsed and was rushed to the Kuje prison clinic for medical attention. So we also heard, this is the official account now, we heard on Friday, I saw some reports that on Friday they had made attempts to perfect the bail conditions, but somehow they could not find any magistrates. A lawyer is here. I would ask him, because I heard that if the order has been given, you do not need to go back to the court. Once you perfect it, you are released. That's some of the things I've heard. I've heard a lawyer say that before. That you don't have to go back to the court. Once the court makes a pronouncement and your bail conditions have been perfected, you are released, at least on bail. Well, I'll ask him. Let's move on. I'm under serious pressure to join APC. Plateau State Governor Mutfang speaking here, Killer Mutfang speaking here. I'm under serious pressure to join APC. We'll listen to him speak. He was speaking during an event held at the banquet hall of the government house where he noted his decision. I think he received new leaders of the PDP in the state. He received new leaders of the PDP in Plateau State where he made those remarks. So let's move on. Let's jump to Tribune. Will ensure ASU never goes on strike again. Federal government. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, has reaffirmed the commitment of the federal government in ensuring that Nigerians do not witness again industrial actions by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, or that of any other trade unions in the country. He gave this position at this year's scientific conference and induction ceremony of the Academy of Medical Sciences of Nigeria, held in Lagos over the weekend. 15 professors in various medical fields across the country were inducted as fellows of the academy at the event. The minister, as well as the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who was represented by the state's commissioner for health, Professor Aki Abayomi, were also conferred with the honorary fellow and patron of the academy, respectively. Alausa underscored the importance of the country operating smooth and non-interrupted academic calendars at all levels to the national development. In the history of ASU since it came into existence, the union has been on strike for about 54 months. That's not an enviable record any nation wants to have. And I can tell you that this government is determined to eliminate strikes completely as part of the feature of our university education. President Bola Tinubu, in particular, as part of his renewed hope agenda, doesn't want anything that will keep students at home again when they are supposed to be in school studying. Alausa went on to emphasize that the president had made this a priority and was very committed to making it a new narrative in the education sector. Hence, his administration's various intervention initiatives in tertiary education, including the Students' Loan Scheme, the repositioning of TED Fund, as well as the proposed Education Research Fund, to truly lift the sector appreciably. The minister also mentioned that the president values human capital development so much, considering it as a strategic path to growth and development of the economy. The education sector takes the center stage in that regard. It says that's why the president, would ensure he creates every single time I request to talk to him about ASU and any other union in the tertiary institutions, stressing that all is to quarantine the quality of graduates we are producing by making them globally competitive and also making our tertiary institution solution driven. There you have it. So, a development from the Kanu case. I'm diligently following it so that when the race of misinformation starts, I will gladly be knocking them down. Nnamdi Kanu dumps plan to enter defense. That's the latest. The detained leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has abandoned his earlier plan to open his defense in the terrorism charges preferred against him by the federal government. Justice James Omotosho, handling the trial, had adjourned the case until October 27, yesterday, for the IPOB leader to open his defense on October 24. Kanu had informed the court of his intention to call witnesses and requested witness summons. When the case was called yesterday, Kanu stated that he had received, so you recall on Friday, which I updated you yesterday, that he was here to receive the case file from his counsels that he said he sacked, right? Now he says, I reviewed the case file, which would mean that he's now received them, and realized that there was no valid charges against him. He argued that since he is convinced that there are no valid charges against him, and he has been subjected to an unlawful trial, there will be no need for him to mount a defense. Omotosho asked him to file a written address to that effect and serve the prosecution. The judge also advised him to consult experts in criminal law on the consequences of the option he has chosen, and adjourned till the 4th, 5th, and 6th of November for the adoption of the final written addresses based on the defendant's position that evidence led so far and the charge have not established any case against him, or for the defendant to enter his defense. That's a summary of what played out in court yesterday. The Cable. Tinubu holds first security meeting with new service chiefs. That's just a headline. They didn't say anything. They just walked into the villa. They had the closer meeting with the president. They finished that meeting and they left. Nobody said anything to the press. Nothing was said. So perhaps it's a picture story. That's what it will be. And then just a headline. But what was said, we don't know. Let's move on. No voter will be left behind. INEC declares Anambra ready for November 8th governorship election. So let's read this because people from here may go to Anambra State for the election in about 3 weeks' time. So here we go. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared Anambra State fully prepared for the November 8th governorship election. In a bulletin issued on Monday, INEC said its declaration followed a week-long readiness assessment tour of the state, led by Rhoda Gumus, National Commissioner for Election Planning and Monitoring. The high-level delegation from INEC headquarters in Abuja, which included Sam Olumeku, Kenneth Ukeagu, and Baba Bila, who are national commissioners, completed an extensive assessment of facilities, logistics, and security arrangements across the state. According to the bulletin, the team arrived in Awka, the state capital, on October 21 and engaged with the resident electoral commissioner and other key actors to review logistics, security, and operational arrangement. Gumo said the visit was aimed at ensuring that every logistical, security, and operational component for the election was in place and functional. During field visits to LGAs such as Dunukufia and Oi, she said the team observed batching and deployment of non-sensitive materials and monitored the ongoing permanent voter card PVC collection exercise. Interacting with voters, Gumus assured them that the process would be inclusive and designed to leave no eligible voter behind. The process is designed to be smooth and inclusive. No voter will be left behind. The team also held strategic meetings with the 21 electoral officers, that's EOs, responsible for managing the elections in all LGAs. According to the bulletin, discussions centered on logistics, early activation of registration area centers, that's the racks, and the timely movement of personnel and materials. Speaking during the meeting, Olumeku, chairman of the Information and Voter Education Committee, urged officials to maintain transparency. Keep the process clean and transparent. Professionalism remains INEC's strongest currency. And then, Ukeagu, the National Commissioner representing the Southeast Geopolitical Zone, cautioned against any breach of agreement, warning that the Commission would not tolerate sabotage. That's a summary of what played out. Daily Trust opens with this story. So it has stories that some papers are broken into 3. Okay, so Daily Trust captures it as 1. Turaki submits chairmanship nomination form as Lamido still is unable to purchase that form as the PDP convention. Former Minister of Special Duties and PDP National Chairmanship aspirant Kabiru Tanimu Turaki, Senior Advocate of Nigeria SAN, has submitted his expression of interest and nomination forms to contest for the position of National Chairman of the party. The party slated November 15 and 16, 2025 for its elective national convention for Ibadan, Oyo State. Turaki, who has been adopted as consensus candidate for the position by majority of stakeholders of the party, submitted his forms to the National Convention Organizing Committee, the Secretariat at the Legacy House, Shehu Shagari Way, Maitama, Abuja on Monday, yesterday. The former minister was accompanied to the Legacy House by friends and political associates. Earlier, engineer Alhaji Sule Lamido, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is also seeking to contest for the position, stormed the PDP headquarters in Abuja to purchase the form, but there were no officials to attend to him. Aggrieved, Lamido told journalists that he may head to court if he's unable to purchase the forms. The National Convention Organizing Committee, NCOC, of the PDP had earlier put the screening of aspirants on hold. The screening exercise, which had earlier been scheduled for today, October 28, 2025, was said to have been postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. Governor Amadu Fintiri, chairman of the committee, disclosed this in a statement yesterday. According to Fintiri, a new date will be communicated once it's agreed and fixed. Statement reads that the committee regrets any inconvenience caused by the postponement. All aspirants and members of our party should note the foregoing and be guided accordingly. Adama said, Governor said the committee remains committed to delivering a credible, hate-free convention. So that is the story. This, I think, is our final story for this morning. Okay, I think there's one more. So let's read this and then we'll get to that final story. Farmers, federal government disagree over drop in food prices. Farmers and the federal government have disagreed over recent drop in the prices of food items across the country. Many of the farmers and their associations who spoke to Daily Trust cited what they described as massive importation of food items recently approved by the government as a cause of price crash. But the Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, attributes the developments to the various incentives introduced by the present administration to boost local production. This is just as farmers have also expressed worries over the soaring cost of agricultural inputs, which, according to them, is making food production increasingly difficult. They told Daily Trust that they have held onto old stock, hoping to sell at higher prices to cushion earlier losses. The government had in September 2024 opened a 150-day duty-free window for the import of essential grains such as rice, maize, sorghum, and wheat. The July to December 2024 waiver was aimed at reducing prices of essential food to provide relief to millions of Nigerians struggling with high living costs. However, the imports, which continued till January 2025, forced the prices of major grains, including wheat, millet, sorghum, rice, and to plummet below production costs. No, we have it on records that scheme never took off. That 150-day duty-free window never took off. So that's my first fault with this statement. It never took off. It was a back and forth between the customs and the Ministry of Finance on the modality for its takeoff. So it never took off. So on that there, you can zero in there to say there's a question mark there. Anyway, I won't discredit the story entirely. So let's go on. It's Daily Trust. I trust them. As a result of this, which a large number of farmers who made significant financial investments in the production of grains are still losing money, and some of them are still trapped with old stock. Well, the minister, Abdullahi, said the government was yet to release the food items it imported. Answering questions from journalists during the World Food Day celebrations in Abuja, he said the government is aware of the impact of the drop in food prices and it's working to mitigate it. He said we're fully aware of some of these dynamics, but let me make it very clear that, of course, we're looking at food security for our citizens. That is the overall interest of government. And if food is available, accessible, but not affordable, who is involved in the non-affordability will tell you it's not food secure. Yet we want an economy and a country where everybody is inclusively included in whatever we're doing. No one is left behind. So what the government is doing is, ever since we came on board, we did not hide our intention to see that the prices of food come down to a level that is affordable. Now, what has happened is that from 2023, we went into massive production through the National Agricultural Growth Scheme, an agro-pocket program. We injected a large volume, almost more than 500,000 metric tons of wheat, including maize, cassava, and all other commodities that we promoted. This year, we also have a marginal increase, which means we are ramping up production. Now the volume of food that is produced is responsible for the drop in prices. I'm reading this and I'm telling myself, where? I'm telling myself, where did all this all happen? But farmers insist that a simple visit to markets across the country will confirm the influx of imported food items, including other things like starch and ginger that were not among things approved. All right, so let's move on. And this day is our final story. They bring us our final story today. Amopiton, courts can't continue to decide election winners. It must be at polling units. So this is for opinion poll. I asked the question, isn't it too early for promises, or do they assure you that these promises assure you? Isn't it too early for promises? Amopiton is speaking. This will be his first public engagement after his swearing in and then that meeting he had at the INEC office with INEC staffers. The new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amopiton, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, yesterday said the country could no longer afford a situation where the courts would continue to decide winners of elections. Amopiton said elections must be won and lost at the polling units. Addressing participants at the 56th Annual Conference of Nigerian Association of Law Teachers, NAUT, held at the University of Abuja, Amopiton expressed his determination to work toward reducing pre-election litigations in Nigeria. He urged legal experts to work with the Commission to reform the electoral system. The courts could not continue to determine elections. He said elections would be won at the polling units if proper law framework is put in place. Reaffirming his commitment to uphold integrity, fairness, and transparency in Nigeria's electoral process, while promising to curb the rising tide of pre-election litigations, which, he said, have long burdened Nigeria's electoral process. And then he pointed out that if necessary reforms were made, losers in elections would not hesitate to congratulate the winners. This is a momentous occasion because this event has simply brought me before my mentors, my colleagues, and mentees in the legal education community, and I'm not in doubt you'll be ready to offer constructive advice when and where necessary. The INEC chairman went on to say that law is not merely a set of rules, but a foundation upon which societies build progress. It guides ethical governance, fosters economic opportunities, and upholds citizens' rights. It says there is little INEC can do by way of policy if the law does not support us. I will work closely with the legislature in ensuring we have enduring electoral laws that all Nigerians can be proud of. And then calling on legal scholars to support the commission through constructive criticism, research, and advocacy. Amopiton puts it this way: look at me as the ambassador. I need your prayers. And then he emphasized the importance of patriotism and collective responsibility, saying Nigeria's progress depends on effective leadership and commitment to national ideals. Okay, and then on and on. But basically, that's what he had to say there. And those are the stories for review this morning. We'll go straight into our conversation. I have a feeling it is raining. Okay. It's all right.
Morning, Kelly.
First of all, he stormed into the studio like somebody was chasing him.
Of course, you should know.
I should know what?
More laurels are coming in.
This is not about laurels. Was someone chasing you?
Just look at the gap of his own encyclopedia.
That's why I have you as a friend.
He wanted to even write more. He was asking for the write
he
more.
said it's not enough.
And he took like 10 minutes in writing just this one. The way he stormed him like that, something happened. But I did a quick run now. Don't first go under the table. They come out later. What the Timenem Esquire, legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Christian Pilgrimage South Zone, a temple chief and a voice for Apara Kingdom.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, Rivers people. Good morning, those in diaspora. Good morning, good people of Abuja that are listening to this program. And thank you for the privilege of bringing me. Good morning, my senior colleague. I salute you. You're not smiling this morning. Good morning.
Okay. So it's not raining now?
It's not raining at all.
There's no rain at all.
I think it's just a figment of your imagination. Maybe in Jamaica. We are here in Nigeria. It's not raining. We are holding it tight.
I assume but not consider you're correct. J.C. Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning.
Feels like 3 months ago I saw you last. That except in Churchill.
Yeah, okay.
That in the studio.
Yeah, the last time I was here, I think you were
Like
not
3
around.
months ago now.
No, I think that was
You weren't
2
around.
2 weeks
But
ago.
it was
so.
at first.
Why people make me feel like I was out for a very long time? Anyway,
You can
welcome,
make it
sir.
10 years.
Thank you. Thank
10
you.
You
years
can make 10 years ago.
that I saw him last, right?
Yes.
That would be correct. That would be very correct. And that's Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Welcome, sir. Good morning again.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
So let me begin with what I said I was going to ask Mr. Williams. So I read some accounts that Showore and Ejimako, they had perfected the terms of their bail as of Friday, but they could not find any magistrate. So since they could not find any magistrate, they were held back at the Kuje Correctional Center till yesterday, when now they've been released. Because when the police stormed the court and said they arrested Showore the way they arrested, it went viral again. His counsels and his friend Deyoju came out to say what the police were doing, commando style and so on. The police came out to say that the force can choose an appropriate style in the enforcement of the law. I'm like, what does that mean? That what they only did was to return Showore to the correctional facility until he met his bail conditions. So what they did in court was, since they were now granted bail, you had to perfect those conditions for you to be released. So they were at the courts to take him back to the correctional center, and what was seen as forceful was for them, the police, appropriate as law enforcement officers in executing the orders of the court. So to my question, maybe you want to talk about the action of the police, but my question is it true that if you can perfect that when you've perfected the bail, you do not need to go back to the magistrate before you're released? Would that be a correct thing?
No, it's not. Let's take it in perspective. When you use the words perfect, you cannot perfect a bail without the magistrate that granted that bail. You cannot perfect a bail in the prison, in the correctional center or at the correctional center. Now, how it happens is because it's a criminal matter. When the court granted bail, there are conditions to meet. Now, when the defendant, in this case, Showore and Co. Now, there is, in every magistrate court, there is a prosecutor, a police prosecutor. Now, when bail is granted, the court will instruct the prosecutor verify these conditions, that the bail conditions.
Okay.
Now, it is when the person who has been granted bail meets those conditions that the police, whatever the court say he should do as condition, he will submit to the prosecutor. The prosecutor will be the one to go and verify address if that's a condition. The prosecutor is the one to do everything to ensure that, look, they have made these conditions. Then the prosecutor at that point, they will fill form. The prosecutor at that point will take the form and present to the magistrate. Look, they have met this condition. I have gone to the address of the shorty, everything I have verified. It is at that point the magistrate will not sign. That is when bail is said to have been perfected.
So the magistrate has to sign off on it?
Yes. The magistrate will have to. You cannot, your inability to meet up bail condition in court. What the police would do, because at that point you are not yet an inmate at the correctional center. The police will take you to the correctional center for remand. You understand now? Now, it is when police have handed you over to the correctional center, you become an inmate. That is when the prison or the correctional center, we'll call them warders, assumes jurisdiction. You get the point. Unfortunately, our police, the way they do, just like this young man said, the way they do their their own thing to create tension even when it's unnecessary. Otherwise, nothing stops them. Look, young man, you have not met your bail condition. Get into the car. That is what they do.
That's only for the aggression.
No, the commando, it's unnecessary. So, for anybody to say...
Maybe because Showore had given them a lot of...
Well, maybe. But for anybody to say Showore and co perfected their bail condition in prison...
on Friday.
On Friday, and they could not see a magistrate. Do you perfect bail conditions in prison? It's funny. You see, some of
No, I don't understand. From where do you perfect the bail conditions?
In court.
No. You will provide those things now.
Yes.
You will be held.
Yes.
You will be held, yes?
Yes.
And then perhaps your parties,
I've met in
your lawyer, right, will go about ensuring that the conditions that are requested for are met.
Submit to the prosecutor.
So the defendants are still in custody now.
No. You see, what they read is that Showore and Co have perfected their bail condition in prison, but did not see a magistrate. Magistrate doesn't work in prison. You understand that?
Okay, Kelly, please don't be jurisprudential this morning.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Yes. Look, do the right thing. You know me. I'm not an advocate of Tinubu and his government. But when the right thing is done, I say it. Yes. The point is that when bail is granted, that is, it becomes very. You have to be very careful when bail is granted. You must be very, even if you hate the prosecutor of the court, you must at that point pretend that you love him. Because even if you meet that condition and the prosecutor say, look, the address you gave here, I cannot verify it today. I'll verify it tomorrow. You haven't perfected bail yet, and it is only the prosecutor that will submit whatever you have. It is only the prosecutor that will submit whatever it is you have submitted to the magistrate. You can submit those things to the prosecutor, and prosecutor, for whatever reason, will not. Let me tell you what happened, Kelly, just briefly. The Thursday before the legal year, the judiciary legal year, I was in court. I was in a magistrate court, and then there was a bail application which a particular magistrate graciously granted. And then while they were running to perfect the bail condition, the magistrate had a call. If you know Rivers State Judiciary very well, where the magistrate complex is different from where the chief registrar and the chief judge say. That is the high court. So the magistrate had a call and left after he had risen to the high court complex.
That's to attend to that emergency. So these people were here filling form and all that. So I was just there quietly. Wait. So when they finished, they submitted to the prosecutor. Prosecutor said, this address you have given me, the bail condition says that the surety must reside within jurisdiction. So that address will suggest it's out of jurisdiction. The surety reside at Iweche. I'm telling you, I said I was in court. So they were begging, not begging, they were shouting at the prosecutor. Hey, is it nobody fasting? Is it nobody? Come on, do this. No, I just look. But the prosecutor said, go, do your worst. And I now called one of them. I said, look, if you don't, where is your lawyer? He said his lawyer just called that his wife is in a labor. So he's there. I said, now, if you don't know, you don't know. Talk to people that know. What the prosecutor is telling you is the right thing. Iweche is not within the jurisdiction of this court. So go and look for somebody that is within this jurisdiction. He said, So he ran out again. I was there. Got somebody who said he lives at the Roma Elepramo, which is within jurisdiction. The person now filled form. After that, they brought the form to the police. Said, your worship is not on seat.
You have to
wait. He said, no, what is that? They have made the condition. They have made the condition. The prosecutor, you're wicked. I said, what is wrong with you people? This young man, the way you're going, can remain in prison, in correctional center for another 1 month. Because the prosecutor could decide to... Because you are antagonistic to the prosecutor. So the prosecutor too could decide to be antagonistic to you. Of course. So to cut the long story short, the point is that, babe, it's a different thing now, Kelly, let me tell you. If you already, the person is already an inmate, and is brought to court, the prison officers now brought him to court, and while in court, the court grants bail. If the court grants bail, that inmate does not have to go back to the prison because the court have said release him here now. Sometimes
so in that case, no conditions.
No. What I mean that there will be conditions, which is perhaps a sortie in a 10,000 like some blah blah. You know. Now the point is that prison warders or whatever brought that inmate and court grants bail. The moment that person meets those bail conditions, he doesn't have to go back to the prison with those prison warders. But sometimes, because some of them don't know, prison officials, because they want to collect money from them when they will tell you, oh, you have been in prison, buy 20 toilet roll, buy 100 mosquito nets, the one you others bought that you use. They will not say, no, you must follow us to the inmate. That's not the law. The moment you meet those conditions, they are in court. You don't have to go back to the correctional center with those warders.
But with everything you have said, it's unlikely that one can meet their bail conditions at the time that the pronouncement is made by.
Sure, it happens. Yes, if you meet that, you go.
But it's unlikely now.
It's very likely it happens. If you meet, especially when the bail conditions are not,
Trainers.
You can meet them there immediately. You are gone, and that is that you must understand the powers of the prosecutor, who will verify that those things you have submitted as bail conditions are verified.
Chimene, I know you want to say something about this.
Kelly, bail is not final. Bail is interlocutory. Let me say this. We had a matter, a practical matter. Then I was still in year 3 as a law student. One of my late cousin, who was, he was a big boy in school, but let me not go far what the big boy means. People are afraid of him. So something happened. In school, university in those days, there are people you avoid. During classes like this, there are a group of persons that will be walking around the corridors, just as UST is.
In the university?
Yes, it happens. It happens everywhere.
I was in secondary school, I had that experience. So.
Thank you. These are overlords. Even if
I didn't have it in university.
Yes, no, it happens. That's why we have in school.
I'm not saying I didn't experience.
We have what we call the thunderbolts. We have thunderbolts. Thunderbolts are those people that controls court activities. They ensure that they checkmate them and report them to the appropriate authorities.
They are students.
Is it easy?
Yes, Thunderbolt is made up of. They are like fire brigade or how do you call them?
No, see, don't blame me if I sound like
Man o' war.
But I didn't enjoy my university days.
Okay,
no,
it's okay.
Them that decided to use words that are known to us. What we know in university is man o' war.
No, after the man o' war, you have in UST you have Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolt is a group of persons.
That name should be respected.
Yes, who ensure that they work in hand with man o' war. Now, what they do is that they report students that are cultists. Because there are cultists that are violent. They see them as overlords. But I won't call the main name, what they call them in school. But what happened is that this group of persons have to tell me and other people not to come outside. When once it is 12, if you don't pay a particular amount, you won't come outside. They were just wicked. So I was trying to look for a way to go and
come outside.
Tell the vice chancellor. No, to meet the vice chancellor and report. Then it was the days of Professor Maru. So, but there was no way to report. Where are you going to report? Even those that are checkmating, everybody is afraid. So one thing happened. One evening, they were arrested, and then upon arrest, they called other people from my 3 police station down to my 1. So there was a court. That was when the vibrant Justice Onebele was also, he was also he was the chief judge, High Court 8 thereabout, I think so, 9-8. So they were taking that my brother. I said, okay, let me go and see if I can to another family people to bail him. Upon getting there, police say the petition is himself and others.
So you can't pay justice.
No, that they don't understand. The petition they wrote against them. When their lawyers are drafting petition, you know how you draft Chimenem and others. Those others may not be named, but someone that is coming to bail could be included. So while we are there, don't to bail them. They said we are the others they are also looking for, including one of my aunt who is not even strong. They said we are the others. I said, others how?
Your
They
goodness is now killing you.
They said we should look at the petition. I said, but my name is, they say you are others. From there, then the area commander was an Igbo man. I've forgotten his name, who is also good. He said, who are you? We slept there. Because area command used to be the worst place. It was one of the worst cells because you have people from town, bad boys. He said they should take us inside so that they will beat us. So that our head will just calm down. They now pushed us into the cell. Kelly, it's like Afghanistans. The people that were inside the cells are Talibans already. They are even waiting for us to come in, looking at our flesh. No mosquito bite. They said we should come in, that they will bite us. So immediately we came in, they started punching us. The following day was court section in the morning. We are charged. And of course, the magistrate. When a judge is visiting a magistrate. So this justice, I think he had a matter, he was having a discussion with a magistrate. So luckily, they were pushing us inside. So somebody now said, are you not writing exam this morning? One of the lecturers, Madi, I don't know if you know him, one of our lecturers in those days, who was in court, that they said, are you not writing exam? I said, I'm supposed to write exam. Are you not a lawyer? What are you doing here? I now explained to him. He now approached the magistrate. Yes. No, he approached the magistrate and Enebele was also standing. That this guy is a law student too. What is he doing here? They said they were the petition was so person and others. They say it's your name. I said my name is not there. Kelly, what I'm about saying is that morning, upon investigation, the matter was accelerated because of me and other people that will be writing exam. They now said we have been granted bail. So we were to meet up the bail condition. But then go and write exam. They've asked me to go and write my exams. Because one thing that the area commander, the IPU was about saying, the prosecutor was like, he's a lawyer, let him go. They don't want problem. But while I was going there, the lawyer to the school said, no, they should pick them up. Nobody should go. The magistrate has written, just as my senior colleague has written everything. It's just for us now to go. They've asked me to start going. The bail condition has been met. My brother, it was there that their lawyer now, the prosecutor and the lawyer that was siding them now stood up and said, look, bail is not, that is interlocutory, that we are not on bail. The magistrate was there, and I was looking at what the magistrate would react to. There was no reaction. He said, where is that boy? You can go. And other people were taken back to the prison, Port Harcourt prison. That matter took up to 6 months.
Can you imagine?
So what am I saying? There was bail, and we were tendering it. Look at it. Look at the bail. Look at. So it's not perfect. Even when I asked one of my professors, he said, look, that you're granted bail now, just as he's saying, you can, it's like what happened to Saul, you can be rearrested. So, the lawyer is saying there is more petition coming out, even when there is. So it goes to show, it's not that the legal system is not perfect, the way we practice it here, but there must be a strict sense of kind of interpretation where people will understand that this is, if a bail has been granted, then the police must have to follow it. Because some of them, you see, if you look at the prosecutor's face, because at that point he'll be telling you, I know, give me money, I know, do like this. You have to satisfy him. In fact, he is the bride. Or he call him, he is the best groom. If the prosecutor shakes his face like this, he can walk out from there. Your matter is still on. So whatever you're doing, you have to satisfy him. Another thing again is the bailiff. Be very careful with the bailiff. Some people will beat the bailiff, they will tell you, he can't serve us, you go collect him now. As is the bailiff is collecting it, he's telling the court what you did to him.
That one is finished now.
We have seen people do anyhow. You came to serve us, we will not take it. Whatever he reports becomes part of that matter. So, Kelly, it was a horrible experience. When there was a bail condition, and we saw the bail condition, it was well. But what happened? Whether the court declined it, the magistrate, nobody knows. But I won't say on condition of recognizance, but I have to go and write my exams. We came to bail. And another thing is that, have you ever gone to bail somebody in police station, all of a sudden, the DPO say, arrest them. That's why, arrest them, they are part of it. That was what happened. And all of us who came to, even family people that came to bail somebody, they were all found in the net.
Can you imagine?
You know, Kelly, sorry, there's something I just want to correct. So people will really understand because we're discussing issue that has to do with the judiciary. You know, when a charge is drafted, Mr. Peter and
Others.
3 others at large.
I hear that a lot.
Others at large.
When, like what my brother Chimonim said, when the magistrate granted bail, right? Those conditions, bail conditions must be met. Whether you are a law student, you are a lawyer, you are a professor, those conditions, these are the bail conditions given by court. Now, in the event that something as big as exam was at stake, right? You know, Chimonem said why they were going, that the prosecution cancel. Of course, we can't call him that he was holding a watching brief then because they did not have obtained fiat.
Yes.
The prosecutor, however, said, oh, the rest should come back. They should come back. And then they considered some variables and asked him to go. The point I'm trying to clear here is that those bail conditions were not met.
Yes.
You understand?
Still in the process.
If those bail conditions were met and the magistrate signs, nobody can stop those defendants, as it were,
From living.
And I want to also say, even if I wasn't there, that even Chimenem's condition, bail condition, were not met. Following his narrative, it was a point where somebody identified him that he was supposed to be writing exam.
Yes.
So you created some kind of exception for him.
That exception is to the extent that, you know, when bail is granted, you have not been discharged from the crime. You will attend the court. Now, what that means that go and write your exam, so that we don't punish you unjustly. Meanwhile, court has not found you guilty. As far as court is concerned, you are still innocent. So why do we keep you here and then jeopardize your future? Go and write the exam and come back. That Chimene's bail condition were not perfected as at the time he left. True of us.
I'm not God.
Because
I came to release somebody.
And again, no, you came to release somebody, and incidentally you fell into and others at large, and you walked into the lion's den. And of course, you know. So the point I'm making is that when bail conditions are met, and the prosecutor presents those documents before the magistrate and say, look, I have verified the address, I have done this, I have done that. And magistrate say, are you sure? Say, I'm sure. And magistrate sign nothing except there is another petition.
That's what I'm saying. The exemption is not.
And that petition will not make the police to arrest you there. Police will pretend like not everything is over. And when you walk out of the court premises, they can arrest you on another charge. But
not that same charge.
That one.
Not that same charge.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Ndukwe, and I did introduce Engineer Kiadom Richard Deka, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary concerned, and patriotic ex-governorship candidate, Rivers G1. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, the very good people of Rivers State.
Okay. Mr. Ndukwe, you want to say something about this whole thing?
You can forget because it's meshed in legalities and all that, so I won't be all that competent.
Engineer Deka, you want to say something about it?
The two lawyers have spoken very well, but we've also had experiences that has to do with the courts and cases.
And don't even pray.
Well, we are saying in respect to Showore being rearrested in the court premises by the police and taken back to the prison yard as the case.
He wasn't rearrested.
No, he was granted bail.
He had not perfected the bill. That's the lesson.
No, I'm coming. He was granted bail. By what we hear, he said his lawyer claims he has perfected the bails, and they're only waiting for the magistrate, just like he explained, to sign off.
So then, if that's the case, that he has not perfected the bail.
See, the terms of legal terms is only within them. But for layman, if he comes and said, okay, you have to bring 2 persons of 500,000 each and all that, and the 2 persons are there, and they've signed up the forms, what do we do is to pick that form back to the magistrates The prosecutor will do that to the magistrate to go and sign off, and they will go. But while that was going on, the commando styles of the police tells a lot on their integrity and their level of doing things. Because at best, you did not invite him, you arrested him from somewhere.
They only took him back.
No, I'm coming. I mean, the first time they arrested him, they picked him from
the court,
a point
outside the court premises.
Outside the court, yes. And they now said, Commissioner of Police looking for you, which he followed them, even without an IV officially. But when he got there, he's still within them. So they have the right to, as soon as he finishes there, allow him to go. But that did not happen.
Allow him to go where?
He has a home. Kelly.
No. Wait, hold on. Edinadeka, please just hold on. Just hold on.
The lawyers are.
No, we like to put.
There are many here.
No, Edinadeka.
See, Kelly has turned to be.
I'm not one person that is easily excited by all of these claims. I like to look at the facts. That's why I brought this matter to the table. I would have just run with the assumptions. But we've been educated this morning, which is greatly appreciated, right? When Showore was arrested first, what the police said was, it's all in the spirit of fairness. Those that were arrested and taken to court, they kept saying, the person that took us to that place that the court said we should not enter is Showore. Why is it that you are holding us and you're not holding Showore? That was why they arrested Showore. That's what today he said. So when they arrested Showore and they were now to do their bail application, and we heard again that he had been arrested, I'm like, why did people arrest him? One day he came out again to say, yes, the style, even me I questioned, I'm like, you didn't have to be that aggressive. So you confirmed that you are aggressive in arresting him. He said, as law enforcement officers, we can choose our style of enforcing the law. But what we did was not arrest. We literally just went there to return him to the correctional center until he perfects the bail conditions. That's what today he said. Yeah. So you are now saying that his lawyer is saying they have perfected the bail condition. From the education I've got this morning, you can't say your bail condition is perfected until the magistrate signs off on it.
Kelly, I was going to that end point, but you should allow me.
No, it did seem like you were going to that end point. He can't play fashion on me now. It's not going to work.
Kelly, when I started, I said I've been involved in case that has to do with that, from the police to the court, from the court to the correctional center. Though it was very unnecessary and illegal to the point that I was finally released. But to that point, after that arrest and to the court, what will happen is that once you are granted bail, the magistrate will pronounce a bail conditions. And the best of my knowledge, it was 2 persons, 500,000 each, which you have to immediately. There was people in courts that did the perfections. It's either the prosecutor ran away, as the case were, or the magistrate disappeared, based on, they want to put the man behind bars.
Kelly.
Let him finish, please. Let him finish. So this time he will not accuse anybody.
No, the magistrate will disappear. That's my problem.
Based on the fact that maybe they want to send him where the other people, because they have alleged that the people has called his name. So maybe they want to send him down to that very place. They might play any tricks. And that was what I think happened. Because if he has met his bail condition before 12, because that was what Showore said, his lawyer, before 12, why not wait till 4? At least close the work of that day is 4 o'clock. And if the medicine signed before that 4 o'clock, the man will go home. But I think that there's a determining point to take him to that correction. And that was what happened.
Is it there's something I want to correct? G1, don't forget that the prosecutor has work to do, which among others includes going to verify the address of the shorty. You understand? He can submit as a shorty. He can submit whatever you want to submit. You have a landed property, blah blah blah. You submit, and then you live in Port Harcourt, and then the pronouncement, the condition is that the shorty must live within jurisdiction in Abuja, and you live in Port Harcourt, and you lied. You forged one address in Abuja. It is the duty of the prosecutor to go and confirm. Because when you say you're a shorty, in the event that the person you shot it, that defendant is not found. It is that address you furnished a court that they will come to look for you. You understand? So you don't say bail has been perfected merely because they have brought the shorty has brought all that is required. But you don't want to wait for the prosecutor to even go and verify if those things he submitted or tendered in court are correct. Can you then say that bail has been perfected?
Thank God I'm not the one talking. They accuse me that it's Kelly against spokesman of the federal government.
It is perfectly okay. But let us not look at the fact that at that point, who is the prosecutor? It's not the police people.
I don't know the prosecutor.
It's the police. And they are the people who are after him for calling their boss. The names that we hear on air.
Well, at least in this case, the reason that they arrested
they might
him.
use any reasons. But right in depth of them, they have.
Do you know what's in their mind? Do you know what's in their mind? Do you know what's in their mind? No, but you don't know what's in their mind now.
You know what the man.
Why do you want me to disregard the statement of the police and look at their intent?
Have they been
Am I in their mind?
Have they been consistent in all they're doing as regards to citizens in Nigeria?
No. Don't. Let's not talk about our misgivings about the police or our feelings about the police. No. But in this, there's a particular case here.
We are aware of Shuri and his doings within the context of the law. He has been very, very consistent in telling the stories of this man has retired long ago.
Is Shuri right in saying so in the context of the law?
That this man has retired long ago?
No. Is Shuri right in saying so in calling a man that by National Assembly Act, they amended the law extending his tenure? You say it's an illegal Inspector General of Police. That's a different thing now. Let's not jump all over the place. Let's stay focused.
This thing will put you in trouble.
We will not like the action of the Tinubu government in going through the National Assembly to amend the Police Act, extending the tenure of the IGP. But it is done. So why are you going all over the place shouting, calling him illegal Inspector General of Police?
So take him to court.
That matter is in court. That's a separate matter. Is in court. This matter too. That's why I'm looking at the substance of this one. We'll have to go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue.
Today.
Please stay with us.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest high life tracks that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. 9 p.m. only on Today95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Less than 2 weeks to the November 8, 2025 Anambra governorship election, the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC says it is 99% ready to conduct a credible poll across the state. A high-level delegation from INEC headquarters in Abuja, led by National Commissioner for Election Planning and Monitoring, Professor Rhoda Gumus, concluded a week-long readiness assessment in the state, inspecting facilities, reviewing logistics, and meeting stakeholders. Professor Gumus said the visit was in ensuring that all logistical, security, and operational arrangements were in place. The team inspected ongoing deployment of non-sensitive materials and monitored the collection of permanent voter cards, PVCs, in various local government areas. INEC officials also held meetings with 21 electoral officers, EOs, to discuss logistics, activation of registration area centers, racks, and tracking of election materials. Security agencies under the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security assured of coordinated deployments to guarantee a peaceful election. Former Jigawa State Governor and chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Sule Lamido, has threatened to take legal action against the party if he is not allowed to purchase a nomination form to contest for the position of the national chairman at his forthcoming convention. Lamido made a threat in Abuja after his attempt to obtain the form at the PDP National Secretariat proved unsuccessful. He alleged that both the National Secretary Samuel Ayamu and the National Organizing Secretary Umaru Bature were involved in the circumstances that prevented him from obtaining the form. The PDP had, during its 102 National Executive Committee meeting, zoned its 2027 presidential ticket to the south, while the position of national chairman was allocated to the north. The party's Northern Caucus Northern leaders later microzoned the chairmanship slots to the northwest. Speaking to newsmen after arriving at the PDP headquarters with his supporters, Lamido said he found the relevant offices locked when he attempted to buy the form. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has announced that 85 underage candidates have successfully completed its rigorous screening process and qualified for exceptional admission into tertiary institutions. In a statement by its head of media and public relations, Fabian Benjamin, JAMB noted that the candidates, all younger than 16 as of September 2025, were cleared after a meticulous multi-stage evaluation process. The board said the policy of exceptional admission aligns with global best practices, where such cases are treated as rare exceptions rather than the norm. This process, JAMB said, produced 182 finalists who were later subjected to interviews and further screening, leading to the final selection of 85 qualified candidates. The board advised any of the finalists who missed the final interview to submit a formal request through its online support portal under the category 2025 underage complaint. JAMB also gave a 2-day window ending Wednesday, October 29, 2025 for candidates who scored 320 and above in the UTME but failed to upload their O-level results to do so and notify the board through the ticketing platform. On the foreign scene, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says she has obtained another extension from U.S. President Donald Trump on a planned tariff hike days before the deadline for both countries to conclude trade talks. Trump had threatened to impose 30% tariffs on Mexican imports if the two sides failed to reach a new trade agreement within 90 days, a deadline that expires on Thursday. Speaking at a regular morning press conference, the president said she spoke with Trump via telephone, during which both leaders agreed to give it a few more weeks to finalize negotiations. The talks aim to resolve dispute over non-tariff barriers that Washington says hinder American companies' access to Mexico's markets. The president, who has earned the nickname Trump Whisperer for her ability to diffuse trade tensions with Washington, says she would speak with Trump again in the coming weeks. Mexico remains highly dependent on trade with the United States, which accounts for over 80% of its exports. That's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
Verberge Imperial Hotel. Experience luxury and comfort. Verberge Imperial Hotel is a premier indigenous catering and hotel services provider in Port Harcourt. Our hotel offers a range of well-furnished rooms with modern facilities, ensuring comfortable stay for our guests. Our modern event halls can accommodate over 500 guests, making us the ideal venue for conferences, seminars, weddings, etc. Our state-of-the-art facilities include 24 hours electricity supply, constant and steady internet services. See CCTV cameras for enhanced security, fully armed security guards, trained professional personnel. We pose a conducive environment as our hotel is located in a quiet and peaceful environment perfect for relaxation and focus. Our location is at Bank Anthony Avenue off Ordnance Junction, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. Contact us today for inquiries, booking, and reservation. Please call 0803-272-4646, 0906-557-0873. Delivering Imperial Hospitality Services at Verberg Imperial Hotel.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We'll pay some bills and return to our conversation this morning. We have Mr. Ene Udo, Ene the trainer from Sky World Community. He's a top expert with over 10 years experience on digital assets and international ventures funding. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you, Kerry. Thank you. Nice to be here again.
Tell us what happens at Sky World Community. Let's start from there.
Yeah, Sky World Community is a social venture from a community from over 120 countries around the world. It's an international community. The mission and the goal of Sky World Community is supporting innovation, such like technologies and all that. So one of the projects that we are sponsored as a community is one of the biggest transport innovation in the world today, called the Uniski Strings Transport. Is a transport that's above the ground. Like you have the cable car, but this time around, the cable car is being propelled from the end to the end. But here is innovation that propels itself, and it runs. It provides a solution for the road, the car, and it remains the cheapest means of transport currently right now. And this is a project that started over the past 10 years. It does not exist anywhere. And so our mission as a community is to avail our listeners, our people, the opportunity of becoming a co-owner. This is very serious. A co-owner of the technology. It's like, let me give you an example. It's like Mr. Dangote, when he wanted to build a refinery, asking you to partner with him, to support him, that he will give you the right, a bill that qualify you as a co-owner of Dangote refinery. Not buying shares now. You are now a co-owner. That means even when the capital is liquidated, they will distribute that capital to you at your village. So that is the project we sponsored since 2014.
Okay.
And the project was marked with 15 stages of development. And we have successfully done all of them. And we are now at the last slide because we are now at stage 14.2. So we are here today on the radio to still inform our audience that our dream is to see how every family should own a certificate of co-ownership of this project, especially from this side of the world, Africa and Nigeria, where we don't have a chance to secure such a viable project. In fact, the certificate that will be issued to you, gone are the days that you go to the bank can produce a false statement for you to pass through an embassy. But today, our certificate is acknowledged. That means you can avail yourself, like maybe your child want to go to school, or even you want to jackpot, right? And you can attach our certificate as part of your assets. because it's quite now recognized and they can trace the certificate to the origin. So every family, in fact, if you turn the page of the slip I gave to you, we are on the mission of making parents to plant the trees for their kids now. A lot of parents spend so much to educate their children, spend so much from nursery school. That's a good foundation. But we have not also seen them planning along the way the economic value for this child, that by the time this child grew up, he could find something that he could hold on and can say, okay, this was what my parent planted for me. So we, as a community, we open a door for three types of people. Number one, the investors who are interested to put something on the ground for their tomorrow, to put something on the ground for their kids, and to, let's say they want to give their will to their children. They can make this certificate on the name of their children. I'm sure you know there are some families that the parent just died. In less than 2 weeks, they start fighting for everything. These assets is what you can, while you are alive, you can acquire these assets on the name of your children, and everybody know that this is my own, and at the same time this is movable. We are encouraging our partners to say, look, of course you can buy land, of course you can build a house, but I do know that the house that my father built, that was a top of the town, today is obsolete. We can't live in that type of house again.
Okay.
So it's good to build a house, but it's good to also build digital asset that's movable with you at any point. So we talk to families, because this is family assets. We also talk to individuals who wants to promote, you are looking for a career, you want to something you can build and grow yourself and have access to international opportunities. Our platform offers that. So what I'm going to do this morning is that I'm going to drum my phone number very much to everybody ears, that if you are hearing this my voice now, you are hearing the phone number, make this phone number available to any of your friends, your family members. Let them call. We want to guide them to see how they can have something that, whether they are there or not, is movable with them. So our opportunity is open to all. And in fact, for those people who they want to build a career, you don't even need money to join our community. It's free of charge, zero capital, and yet you can build an empire for yourself. So the number, just send me any, I need to be connected.
Okay.
The number is 080 222 71045. I take that number again. I'm going to repeat more. 080 222 71045. Now, let me say something here about our community. In 2015, 17 thereabout, we were in a studio like this. We just came with my partner who was from Belgium, and the presenter just want to fact check us, and he just saw something scam. He looked at us. We're able to see what she saw, and she smiled, and we smiled. And she couldn't stop us. Say, why are you talking about scam? Because that's what always runs in the minds of people, that everything they hear is scam, right? So, but we left. From 2015, anybody can avail this our website and see our projects. www.ust.inc. this a website that embody all our projects.
Okay.
You can see, you can touch the website is www.ust.inc. Now you can see we are already in Belarus. We are building there. We are building in Sharjah. Right now, we are building in United States of America. And that is why our certificate is now being recognized at the embassies. The shares allotment certificate. We are not talking about you buy shares. We are talking about that you become a co-owner. Documents are made in your hand. And we're also looking at VIP because we have special packages for VIPs. When I mean VIPs, those who can afford to pick something very big. You have something very unique on the table. And you can put a call on me also. You can want to meet with me any place you want to schedule the meeting. We will be there with you. Just put a call. Just send a text. 080-222-71045. 080-222-71045. Desire is that every family should own a portion of this international company. You know why?
No.
We are in a country that everything is taken away from the poor people, if you like. But this company, do you know, we are not talking about $1 million. We are talking about that even as small as $50, if you convert that, because why we call dollar, because it's an international company. That would $50. The poor, the people, the average will always say, I don't have money. Money have been passing your way, but you are not able to contract them to make a value.
Okay.
So what we want is that whether you are a civil servant, you are trying to build for retirement, this is the best thing to do. You want to see how to keep for your children. In fact, the best you can do, the next best there for your kids can be that you offer your kid a certificate of co-ownership of this prestigious transport technology.
Okay.
The first time is open a door for people like us. If I said those of us in South Africa, what of you? Even in our country, there are so many things out there that an average person doesn't have opportunity. But here is an opportunity to co-own a technology that worth over $400 billion. And you can fact check our projects.
All right.
You can just search Uniski Strings Transport, Skyway Strings Transport, or the website I've just given, www.ust.inc.
All right.
We want to help families to own a bit of this technology.
The phone numbers again.
The phone number 080 222 71045. 080 222 71045.
All right. Mr. Ene, is there still something you want to add as we close?
Yes. What?
So let's do it quickly.
Yes, what I would like to add is this, that give yourself a gift that can travel with you. Because when you have this kind of assets, anywhere the world will visit you, you can travel. But the last word is that your children may ask you, Daddy, Mommy, when people were buying the Skyway String Transport, where were you? Every father and mother were sent to represent generations that are coming.
All
you
right.
were sent to come early to come and buy what is at the market to give for those who are coming. And the Bible even says so, that a good man leaves inheritance for his children. So I do think that is what, for those who are hearing us now, Our kids at school now, they don't
All
hear
right.
us.
All right.
So thank you very much, Kerry, for once again the final phone number 080 222 71045 080 222 71045. Send me an SMS, WhatsApp me, tell me Ene, I want to be connected.
All right.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Ene Udo. Ene, the trainer from Skyworld Community, is a top expert with over 10 years experience in digital assets and international ventures funding. There you have it. Return to our conversation in just a bit. Please stay with us.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Thank you all for staying with us. Panelists will return shortly and we'll continue our conversation. But let's see if we can read some of the messages you've sent this morning. We'll play voice notes later on. All right, we'll play voice notes later. But for some of your messages, okay, so let's read a few of them. So I see messages supposed from yesterday just dropping now. All right, okay. Surprised at the wonders about to happen in Saudi Arabia. That's what honest, sincere, purposeful leadership brings to the table. Leadership not thrown up by dishonest, criminal, skewed processes. Can you send that message? Thank you. The difference between Saudi oil and oil of Niger Delta is corruption. In Saudi, the oil money is for Saudi and the oil-bearing communities, while in the Nigerian case, the oil money is for politicians and the warlords. I'll be at the World Cup on the world's first suspended stadium. Nothing is difficult for ambitious leaders. Why is it impossible in Nigeria? Because politicians will build houses in space out of the project while the project remains abandoned. Fine John sent that message. Okay, this one is a prayer. Well, thank you. A new INEC chairman, Professor Amupiton, should go beyond all these promises and walk the talk. Okay, ensure full introduction of electronic transmission of results. Christian Williams from Igbo Eche, you sent that one. For me, the new INEC chairman, Mr. Joash, should be informed that Anambra State election will not be the basis to test his credibility. Rather, he will receive the heat come 2027 when he will be forced to announce, right now from Woji, it says he will be forced to announce. Announce what? Let's see, a few more. Good morning, Kelly and members of the panel. Governor Fubara Hill's progress of Trans-Calabar Road, ICE 2026 completion is highly commendable. Let me use this medium to thank the governor for embarking on the Trans-Calabar Road projects and other projects in the state. The governor is God sent to Rivers State. Amupiton, I'm prepared to work with National Assembly to deliver credible elections. Nigerians are tired with all of these empty promises. Use the forthcoming Anambra State election to convince Nigerians. Owanate Clinton West, would it convince you? Regarding the farmers' complaints on losses sustained by them due to alleged importation of food items and subsequent drop in prices, I wish to submit that farmers should not complain when food items are imported to cushion the effects of food inflation. I say this because farmers have been indicted for hoarding right from the previous administration of Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. The farmers should examine their conscience. John Owago, you sent that message. Tunja Lausa's declaration that government will make sure ASU doesn't go on strike is incredible. This government has not shown concern for the plight and yearnings of citizens and denied the existence of the 2009 agreement between the federal government and ASU, which implementation has been the bone of contention between them, and by extension, unprepared to renegotiate or implement that agreement can't convince anyone who knows his or her onion that it will make ASU not to go on strike again on harmonious terms. It can, however, be done through intimidation, coercion, or ruthless implementation of the no work, no pay rule. Senior Elder Ngeri Notu sent that message. Thank you. So this will be the last I can take for now. During my case in 2012, I was granted bail with a sum of 300,000 naira, but my friend brought his car, particularly as the bond, and it was accepted. We only gave the prosecutor transport money to go check the address, which he never did, but confirmed it, and I was released within 3 hours after my bail was granted. Your relationship with the prosecutor is most important. Note that while your people are running around to meet the bail condition, you will be kept in the temporary detention facility in the judicial complex. When you don't meet the condition, you go back to the prison remand facilities, not police facilities. Okay. Melody Uniport sent that message. Let me introduce Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo. He's a legal practitioner, author, public affairs analyst, law teacher living in Nigeria. Doctor, good morning. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, and good morning, Nigerians listening.
I know you were listening to the conversation on your way.
Yes.
I like your input.
No, the young men have done absolute justice to it. And I'm not to add.
Nothing to add.
Yes, I started listening from a news and following
good company
point by point what
Mr.
Williams was doing it and Chimenem. They did well.
Okay, let's go to Nnamdi Kanu. So first, Nnamdi Kanu has said he wanted number of witnesses. He asked for 90 days. Apparently, the court did not grant him 90 days for the extension of his defense, which he has a right to. He sacked his lawyers on Friday. He said he needed more time because the case file was yet to be presented. Some of us may not be comfortable talking about this matter, but I think in the interest of the public, this has been a very controversial issue, and sides are easily taken. Stones are thrown so easily. Some persons even misconstrue the facts. Even people in positions say things that when I heard, I'm like, how are you saying this when we know the things that have transpired in court? That's why I'm taking this matter the way I'm taking it. I know how some of his followers can be. For me, that's even a subject that is on my mind, but I won't, because of them, deny many others that proper and correct information will just guide them on how they read this issue. That's what we're talking about it. So he had asked for 90 days. Okay, as of Friday, he said he needed the case file, that his counsels that he sacked did not hand the case file over to him. The judge found it suspect that such a thing would happen. It appears today that he has received the case file. He said he has read through it. He has read through the charge from the federal government. And as far as he's concerned, he sees no charge or no case against him, and he maintains a no case submission, even though it has been struck out by the same Justice Omotosho. It's been struck out that you can't say you don't have any case to answer. The prosecution counsel, they've established a clear case against you that you need to respond to. Somebody asked a question yesterday, and nobody asked a question yesterday. I'm not sure what the strategy of Nnamdi Kanu is, but what he's doing is dangerous even to him. Let me begin with Mr. Williams again. What do you think will play out? The judge is still being accommodative to say you need to ask people, talk to experts, security experts, law experts, criminal experts, let them advise you what you're doing, what the possible implications could be. He has given 3 more days for final written addresses to be put in, and then, of course, the judge would have to do what he has to do.
You know, Kelly, thank you again. You know, when you are in court, there are certain comments a judge will make. We usually say, my Lord, I take the hint. You know, when he says I take the hint, that thing that is a hint speaks volume. You know, for the judge presiding your own matter, over your own matter, to give you that hint that he should, you know, extend to make wider consultations, and you feel it amounts to nothing, you're digging your grave. You know why I say this? I don't know. Thank God my lecturer is here. In criminal trial, a man, after the prosecution had closed his case, the defense filed a no case submission What is no case submission? That the prima facie case has not been made against him to warrant
the charges.
No, to warrant his opening defense. Do you understand? That you have not made out anything to warrant me to waste the time of this honorable court.
To say anything.
To say anything. That's what it means.
Try to counter what they have said.
Yes. And that the court, in his wisdom, says, sorry. The prosecution has made that prima facie case to warrant you to open your defense. You know, I don't understand this kind of law. That's why I said, thank God my learning senior, my lecturer is here. Where somebody now, rather than open your defense, will now say, you have looked into the charge sheet, that there is nothing in the charge sheet. If there was nothing in the charge sheet, wouldn't your no case submission, wouldn't you have succeeded in your no case submission?
Should have stood.
I don't understand. You know, when the law is every day we learn, but I do not think I want to learn anything from this one, because there's nothing to learn here. I don't want to be taken backward in what I have learned so far in law. The young man Nnamdi Kanu, yes. I think he's doing the wrong thing, no. He is doing the wrong thing, whether his supporters, whatever they have to say. I am here to discuss law. He is doing the wrong thing. No wonder, my Lord said, why don't you consult experts? First, he said he has sacked his legal team. 2, he said he will defend himself. 3, he said he has now found, he has now become court of competent jurisdiction to say that a prima facie case have not been made out for him to enter.
But also it says that the court still lacks jurisdiction.
When at this point, court still lacks jurisdiction. Well, I wish him well. Let me allow my senior and my learned friend to say to, I wish him well. Maybe this will be another area of jurisprudence that is we're about to see. That somebody will decide. Court haven't decided that. Court haven't struck out his no case submission, and him now, the defendant now, is saying no, there is no case submission. It must be no case submission. So let's wait and see.
Dr. Chimo.
Well, Kelly, one of the toughest things for a lawyer in a criminal trial is to defend an accused person, a defendant, who is not eager to come out of the prison cell. It's a very tough thing for a lawyer. He's not your work is to get him out, but he's not eager to come out. He's going to create, and Nnamdi Kanu already done it to his lawyers. Mark Ezekome came in, got out. Kanu Agabi, former Attorney General, old-time senior advocate, he's now dumped him. People like Ejimako and the rest are his boys. Those one you can shake and tell, shut up. I'm talking.
Don't talk when I'm talking.
When I'm talking. So it's a tough act. And for the judge handling that matter, I think I must commend the Somoto show. He's a young man, but he's shown maturity handling this matter in the way he has been, from what I watch in the news and all that.
Even pleading with him.
Yes, he has shown the kind of maturity we urge on judges. He hasn't shown where he's going to or where he will get to. Some judges easily betray themselves and betray the system. But he has shown the kind of maturity expected of a judge doing criminal matter. That the man has the confidence to do what he will do. If he does it, you smile at him. It doesn't prevent you at the end of the day from looking at the entire record and taking your decision. And when you do, people will say you have done your best as a judge. That's what James Omotosho has been doing. I commend him. But one thing should be clear too: the fact that the court overruled his no case submission is not equal to finding him guilty.
And that's what the judge said. Put it in your final routine.
And apart from that, a strategy of trial also can be what we call resting my case. The defender can rest his case on the case of because the court may say there's enough prima facie evidence to make you defend. But prima facie evidence does not amount to prove beyond reasonable doubt. So I thought these are the things. Maybe he got this from the lawyer before he discharged them. He may have some lawyers who are advising him not in open court. Because it's a legal strategy. But it's a very dangerous one. That's why just want to say, have you asked questions, or get advice, because it can backfire. But very often it works if you weigh the evidence and say, yes, they have said I was involved in stealing. All right, I was found. The thing happened at Rumusi. I was found up to somebody traced me my movement up to the flyover, the interchange. But so I'm asked to come and give evidence. Where was I? But the fact that I didn't say that between the interchange and Rumusi where I was or all that, it doesn't mean that I am guilty. You understand? But I have been shown that from Rumokoro, I have moved on to this point. So there's a case for you to answer. Where were you going to? But if I don't answer it in criminal trial too, I'm not bound. So that may be why he has chosen that power. It's also a dangerous power because any evidence they have given ties you down. The court can believe that minimum evidence that connects you, which is not rebutted. But it's normally so in doing a political trial of somebody who has a criminal trial of somebody who has political exposure, like Nnamdi. It's a purely criminal political trial he's doing.
Would this be seen as part of the strategy, or it will be flip-flops? He had listed some political persons.
Yes.
Former governors, serving governors, former ministers, as compellable witnesses.
No, he done them.
He had asked for 90 days. Clearly, the 90 days has not been granted. The case, I think, as of Thursday, the judge had said, your letter for summons has now been approved by the court. You can now pick these letters and go and give to them, right? Now, Nnamdi Kanu yesterday says all of those things I'm not doing again.
That's not commending.
I'm not interviewing anybody again.
That's not commending Joseph Motosho because he's really trying to provoke him.
Could you still see it as a strategy?
In a matter like this, it's a strategy.
It's still a strategy.
Yeah, in a matter like this one. A criminal trial, somebody accused of political offense and software is a strategy. He will do everything he can to irritate the judge. You see, most of us stayed from Obasanjo's assumption of office until he left. I think until Yaradua. It's becoming a trend now that any government or political person that comes holds one person and puts him there and uses him to do it for until the expire. And most of us like that. Everything, he also doing the same thing. Today, these matters are not good. Today, you will make one allegation. You will challenge the judge. Judge, you are involved in this one. And all that stuff. But I think, once more, I adopt my heart for Justice Omotosho. He showing the kind of pressure. It's a strategy. A strategy of irritation. But you see, when a judge manages himself, as Omotosho is doing, it can backfire. Because the day you will know the judge's reaction is when he will deliver his judgment.
Mr. Andekwe.
Well, Kelly, you know that when this thing started in terms of firing Agabi and his team, I said, I will not talk much on this because when an adult is executing whatever is in his mind, nobody should. If you are close to him, you call him and sit him down and advise him. This thing, look at where it will end. This one, I don't know much about law. So what will my advice do to him? What I only gave as an advice is, has he checked through all his actions? However, is this somebody that is telling him or himself, the mind is telling him, his mind is telling him, whichever way, let him check himself very well, whether it won't meet a brick wall. And if he thinks the way are very true for him, let him go on. You start this. You jettison it and say, no, I won't do it again. And this and that. And right now, I was expecting when he'll be defending himself because, you see, I use myself because I'm not dull in the head by nature. I use myself. No matter how intelligent I may be or I am, I know that if I need to appear in court. Either I go for CAJ, Jesse William, or Chimene, at least 3 of them here, I'll pick one. Please come and represent me. Not that I am a fool, but just because the technicalities of law, these people will understand it more than me, even though I know too much. Oh, I said it. Nnamdi Kanu. Well, if you think you can defend yourself, go ahead. The end of Kelly, I always say, justifies the means. We've not even reached the end now. He's saying he's no longer going to interview those people. That means that side is a put aside. But what I will again warn is that he's thinking maybe Omotosho is very, very lenient. He will see him in red color when eventually Omotosho will say, yes, I have done this to help you, I have done that to help you, and then you have chosen your way. Look at where that way has taken you to. And there's nobody that will have the guts to blame Omotosho. Simple.
Some people may still do.
See, Kelly, if all judges...
The likes of G1.
Well, he may. I think he can speak for himself.
If all judges were seen to be so upright, like what we are seeing from Omotosho, we wouldn't have had issues or problem in this country. But when it comes to Carlo,
that is in this case, so
yes,
before you said
did you see that? Okay, but when it comes to Carlo in this very case, I don't know if Carlo is a lawyer himself.
Kanu.
I mean Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu. No, I don't know. And I also think that possibly he has not been in this country for so long because he's a dual citizen person. UK and Nigeria. And most time he has been out of the country. So he might not be in tune with the law of this land. So I would have advised him to, because the best lawyers have been on his team. The last one, if he respected the son, Agabi, and then he jettison him. Possibly what his mind is telling him, I want to allow him to his fate. Whatever he has read and has done and have seen the context of Nigerian law or judiciaries, I want to allow him to his fate. And I'm only waiting to see when the judge, Omotosho, will give his final verdict. From there, if he will appeal, or what happens, let us find out. Because I can't understand why you carve this one, you send them away. You have this one, you send them away. Meanwhile, a case has already been established by the prosecutor. So I can't understand. But let me leave it to the judge. After the written addresses and adoptions, then we'll see what happens.
Chimene.
I think this matter didn't start with Omotosho. The matter started with Justice Nyako. In fact, Nyako was all over the. In fact, at a point, he raised the issue of bias. The matter started de novo. I'm sure this is Omotosho's case again. So I think there is a problem. I read about Nnamdi Kanu yesterday. I was reading about his history. I think born before in the 60s, before the war. No, after the war. And I remember that where he's from, his village in Abia State, somehow was just following how the soldiers invaded their house and how he has refused to be calm with activism. I'm not saying somebody shouldn't be an activist. The issue of law, yes, you have the right to defend yourself. The law permits you to defend yourself to some extent where there are some technicalities you need a lawyer. You have to. Because there are some certain things you need a lawyer to do. Even this is no case of mission. I was just looking at myself. I said, God, because it's another matter in jurisprudence again. I don't know if he's trying to create precedent for lawyers where we can cite that somebody can defend himself in the absence of a lawyer and come out and in an open court. A lawyer will have to solicit for you. I don't know how he wants to do it, but there's a level of tolerance that a judge will. You will annoy the judge and he will get angry and say, look, let heaven fall. I remember that of Inyako's own. At a point, Nnamdi was pointing at Inyako. And there was this issue of bias he raised. He said he has descended into the arena. For me, I think people were citing Ibuhu, citing other things. In fact, that the AG should enter in Noli. The essence of it, from what I heard from Ejimefo, his lawyer, said they did it for somewhere. There was a time a Nolly was entered for somewhere, and that they have done it for so many persons. Ibohu had his day also in court.
So they should do it for Nant.
No, you see, it has a yes, it has a political.
That's a political solution.
Yes, that's a political solution because, but going by way of forcing the government, saying compelling the government, the federal government to do so, then it's also an invitation that others can go into protest, violent protests, and they will be let, Nolly can be taken at any point. But for me, I think they must be very careful. I saw him the last day in court. There is a particular regalia he puts on, that signifies the symbolism for peace, white upon white. And that the DSS have asked him to put on something else.
That's what I've been wearing.
That he should put on something else. He said no. But I think for there to be a little bit of political tension, there is the political angle to it is that if Nnamdi is released now, the political tone is that first of all, the governors in the east presently, some of them that are going for second term may not even have their day, and with the crowd, he's being called Mazin Nnamdi and Wachineke. The way he's been looked at, he has become an image in the east. So there is this fear. But for me, there is another way of going they can go through. You see him shouting in court, raising his hands. He don't do that. The last time the lawyers were advising him, because while he was reading in court, somebody called him and said, look, do like this, do like this. It means he needs a lawyer. So for me, I don't know what is ringing, telling him, don't do like this, follow your faith. But let him also remember that the judge can take a decision and say, look, what we have seen, we have looked at the length and breadth of this matter. This is our judgment. Heaven will not fall. I've told people, look, what happened to Ken Sarawewa? Some of us are still grieving that we lost somebody of that kind. There's also a man called Patrick Nabaton. I don't know if you know him. A very good writer. We have lost so many persons. So I don't think Nnamdi Kanu's fate. I've also looked at so many. No, he died naturally. Yes, I think accident. Yes, I read one of his books. One very refined writer. Nnamdi Kanu also is a very good activist. But then he's going extreme. So for me, let him allow the lawyers to come in.
Okay. Well, let's wait and see. That's an update on the case. I'd like to come to Rivers State. I am particularly elated that with the announcement coming from the Rivers State government about the Trans-Calabari Road, because I'm a Calabari man. I said it earlier, I would have preferred that we invested in securing the waterways so that we can build the tourism potentials in those areas, those riverine communities. But there are many more persons that are too afraid to travel by sea. So road there is also good. That road, when it's done, would also open that channel. And the MOR road.
Yes, we have given you people road. MOR people.
We have given you people road.
Yes.
MOR people
Yes, they give you road. Through MOR.
Anyway, we forgive you. we forgive you as a Calabari, but we forgive you.
Kelly, but he's saying the truth. Yeah, he's saying
we also forgive you. He will be a poor man, we also forgive you. But the governor went on that inspection. It talks of 6 months that those piles will be done, which will be huge progress on that job. And of course, the next will be to.
He said it's 75%.
Yeah, so in under 6 months they can drive on that bridge. That's great progress for that road. And then he also talked about the ring road. He's assuring that the ring road is also going to be done. Julius Berger has said December 2026 they should be done with the ring road. He said the other projects they're also going to expedite action. I for one worried that the governor may not be able to complete some of those signature projects. But since his return, it seemed like gradually he's picking the pace on, getting these projects back on and delivering them. Can't be on schedule anymore, but at least delivering them. And also he talked about the peace. After that meeting, which nobody spoke to anybody, just released pictures, it appears that some kind of harmony is now being restored. He continues to refer to the FCT minister as my Oga. Yes. So can we now say that the peace is... Well, can we now say the peace is now birthing progress for Rivers State and Rivers people? Engineer Teka?
Yeah, Kelly.
Wondering why you starting from me.
I start with anybody.
Because this is
I start
Wondering why you starting from me.
It's a matter of the government. They don't want us. They want us less than human. They want us less than human beings to enter into this.
You see, there are two coins to what you've just said. One is the peace, and second is development. You see, I will take it from the fact that I've said it before that we lost over 50 years of that 6 months, as it were, for developmental programs in River State. And the returns of the governor for his second missionary journey was, like I advised in several fora, be quiet, sit back home, reflect, carry on with all your projects, and you also endow yourself to the heart of Rivers people, just like it were in the beginning. But the projects are all apt. Like you were saying, you are a good boy of Calabari, the road is coming, this is happening. That is the significance of governance, which Governor Sim has taken on from the beginning. If not for the adverse stops of those times because of interests, which I also think has been rested, because I don't want to talk about, I don't want to remember that 6 months or the whole period of the crisis we had in the states. Reasons you've seen it, that if for any reason Sim was on seat, by now we should have been either 100% of that project and other ones. But he's saying 70%, even when he was away. So,
but that would also suggest that somehow IBAS did not hinder that project.
You know, IBAS never did anything.
No, I'm saying for most of the project, they stalled now. So
that's what I'm saying.
IBAS did not affect the Trans-Calabari Road project.
No, it did.
Clearly, that's what it means.
No, it did, because there's supposed to be inspections per time.
No, how could they have achieved
payments per time?
I don't like IBAS. I'm not a fan of IBAS either.
I'm not
a fan of IBAS either. But how could they have achieved? How could they have achieved 75% of those power construction if IBAS had halted the project? See what happened to the ring road.
Okay, let me explain to you, Kelly. Let me explain to you, Kelly. The money was paid up front.
That's not up front. That's not correct.
No, there are certain percentage that was paid.
It was 30% or so, or less than 30% that was paid.
So
for the ring road.
So if it paid 30% of what was the value, over 200 million.
Yes.
So do you know the value? Do you know the sum? Calculate it, and you will see that the piling could be done. That was the extent of all that.
Well, I don't agree with your opinion, so that's fine.
I
don't have to agree with your opinion. That's the point. I don't have to agree.
You don't need to tell me you don't agree. You need to listen while we converse and enlighten the people outside, because we are aware.
No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree.
So I told a lot of people that let him remain a silent achiever. No more noise, no more bickering. Assemble a good teams around you, hit the ground, and ensure that you deliver those projects. You were elected to do that. There are a whole lot of them. There are a lot of attention begging in the states. Put your foot down, sit at the quiet times, put all these things in place, and the Rivers people will say, we have you. You've delivered.
All right.
Time has gone for those days when, in fact, I love the way he's doing. My Oga. We are aware that's your Oga. But while you are saying your Oga, ensure that Rivers people benefit from the dividend of democracy that you were elected to do. That's the only thing that can tell us tomorrow that, look, we had a governor at a time, even when he had some hiccups in his administration, he was able to deliver the dividend of democracy to Rivers people.
Chimene.
Kelly. You can't be doing jumpology here.
I can. If you mean jumping from one person to the next person,
I will create an party here.
That's why it's in charge.
My lecturer is here. Well, I think, Kelly, let me thank the governor for coming out. I have been in Okurama, I should be Akukotoro. I have been in Okurama, and I have also been in. I have been in Okurama. I have been in Idama 1 and 2. Idama 1 and 2. I have been in Robokili. These areas are click. I was opportune to go through Belema Oil during the early days of our activism with JAJ. So we were able to go to those areas. When we go to where they call Robokili Kelly, you won't be happy. They have, this is when you talk about money, helicopter comes to those areas. That was the first time I saw what is called Christmas tree. I was actually thinking it was a tree. So, but within the oil firm, it has to do with some mechanisms and all the rest. They said, look at those. I saw a lot of Christmas trees. From Robokiri, you can see Cameroon. You know, so the Belemo is very expansive. At a point, we have to move. I said, there was a boiling point. I said, how do you assess these people? And people are living in Idama. You see people, kids, in front of the houses, they are facing ocean. So there is a surge, ocean surge coming in. So I was asking, how do I go?
That would be so beautiful.
I said, how do I go back? You know, that's so beautiful to you. But when we got to the middle of that place, I said, how do we go? We came actually with a gunboat. So it was an opportunity to, if anything comes out, that thing will go flat. So I was close to the soldier man. I said, not the
anyway,
fear.
Continue.
The language of violence doesn't come when there is peace.
Can't you just be in that awe of nature?
Thank you very much. Nature is the superior of intelligence. That's what Plato said. At that point, you can also see violence attacking nature. So we were careful. The water at the boiling point, that was the first time I saw that. You see tree on top of the water, but beneath that tree on the water, the ground is free. Nothing is holding it. It's just growing on top of the surface. I said, what? They say, yeah, that thing is not down. No. If you go and hold it, you just fall inside. So we had a gun, what they call it, speedboat. What I'm trying to say is that the speedboat, while it was running speed, down the speedboat, if anything happens, ship comes and pass, will sink inside. A lot of things came. I said, please, let's plead the soldiers that were media people. No, you know how to swim. It's swimming pool. Swimming pool is different from ocean. So as strong. And the box locally, not when you meet Mike Tyson. Yes. So we got to Robokiri, the same thing. Do you know that these people don't have access? We left. So when the man that owns the place came, they came with helicopter. Even though he's a riverine person who appreciates nature, he would have come through boat, but he came with helicopter. We that are not from there have to join boat. When we got to a place, Kelly, before we joined what even led us to the house, to the gunboat was our engine boat had to stop on the river. There was no this thing, so we had to do exchange. Of course, you know what that means. I've never had that experience. We have to exchange down to the gunboat. So I was asking the people that live there, how do you survive fish? You can get it in abundance. They say they go out every day. But sometimes, how do you build? They say there is a big boat that comes with block, how they build here. And that thing comes once, it will transfer, and they have attacks from. So I say, I didn't go into, how do you do road here? They say it's not today, that they've been expecting it, and that they are praying. So for me, I think I give kudos to the governor. Of course, there is a level of consciousness. Charity begins at home. If all these places are interconnected, it brings economic well-being. Secondly, what you call India today, somewhere in India, close to Mumbai, there are suburbs that you can't even access. But as a result of all this little bridge, people can access. Farmers can. Look at their produce there. They fish in the morning. The people of Robokiri, Idama. But how do you sell? They only sell within the village. And for them to even transport down to Port Harcourt, it's very far. You pass through a moha here. The jetty is just down there. That it takes them some hours. Sometimes they are being attacked by these boys. So for me, in as much as the bridge is coming up, the governor should also find a way of how to keep security. Because what I see is that most of these places is like the flyover at Rumokoro. What I saw there, cars don't even pass there often. So people are just building tents inside. When you pass at times, you see some boys coming out. I'm talking about the Rumokoro flyover at night.
Okay, we have to go for the news.
Yeah.
When we come back, you continue.
Thank you very much. That's what I made them.
And then,
please, I need 2 hours again.
And then other panelists will equally give their input. Please stay with us.
Unleash the power of the airways with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100%. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikem Benjima. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting the Dangote refinery's planned expansion from 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day. Represented by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lokobri, the President gave the assurance at the 19th edition of the OTL Africa Downstream Conference and Exhibition in Lagos. Tinubu described the refinery project as a game changer for Nigeria, West Africa, and the global energy market, noting that the expansion would boost Nigeria's self-sufficiency in refined products and enhance energy supply across the continent. This followed after the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, had announced at a press conference in Lagos that the company would more than double its refining capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day. President Tinubu assured that the federal government would continue to support private investments that promote value addition and energy security, stressing that such initiatives align with his administration's vision of building a competitive downstream sector under a deregulated petroleum market. The hearing in the alleged bribery and misappropriation case involving former Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, his wife Hafsat Umar, and 6 others has stalled at the Kano State High Court due to the defendant's inability to file and serve pending applications. Kano State government has filed an 11-count charge against the former governor and his co-defendants, bordering on bribery, conspiracy, misappropriation, and diversion of public funds running into billions of naira. When the case came up for hearing, prosecution counsel Adeola Adetipe informed the court that the government was ready to open its case, noting that witnesses were already present. However, counsel to Ganduje, his wife, and son said the defense was not ready to proceed as proper service of their new filed documents was yet to be effected. In her ruling, Justice Amina Adamu Aliyu expressed displeasure over the repeated delays and ordered all parties to ensure that their pending motions were filed and served before the next sitting. The case was subsequently adjourned to November 26, 2025 for the hearing of all pending applications. The All Progressives Congress APC in Plateau State has challenged Governor Caleb Mutfwang to disclose the identities of party members allegedly pressuring him to defect from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the APC. Governor Mutfwang had over the weekend told guests at a government house banquet in Jos that several APC members had approached him to join their party, adding that 60 to 70% of APC members in the state would be glad to have them in their party, claiming that those publicly rejecting him were only hiding their desires. But the APC's acting publicity secretary in the state, Shitu Bamai, dismissed Mutfwang's comments as self-denial, accusing the governor of trying to divert attention from his administration's shortcomings. He argued that if Mutfwang had performed to the satisfaction of Plateau residents, there would be no talk of political realignment or defection. On the foreign scene, Venezuela has suspended a major gas deal with neighboring Trinidad and Tobago over the island nation hosting of United States warship, escalating tensions between the two countries. President Nicolas Maduro ordered the immediate suspension of the natural gas supply agreement. The move comes after the arrival of the USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer in Trinidad and Tobago's capital, Port of Spain, for planned joint military exercises with U.S. Marines. The vessel is one of several U.S. warships deployed near Venezuelan waters by President Donald Trump's administration. Maduro accused Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister Kamala Persad of turning their country into an aircraft carrier of the American empire against Venezuela. Despite the suspension, the Trinidad and Tobago president denied that the tensions were rising, noting that the two nations remain close neighbors, separated by just 11 kilometers of water. Meanwhile, Venezuelan officials have condemned the U.S. military presence as an illegal and immoral military threat. And that's the news. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM. for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We continue our conversation in a bit, but guest from Adura Nation, the rep, joins us in the studio this morning. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to you, Kelly.
Good morning to you. So, Adura Nation, well, from our previous conversation, real estate is your business.
Yes.
What's new today?
Okay, so many things new today, but first of all, it is Adura Bricks Limited, aka Adura Nation, that real estate company right here in Rivers State, channeling Rivers people who have got a means of income, who have got resources to invest, most especially in landed properties, channeling them to the right direction to get landed properties that are reliable. That's what Adura Nation is out here to do at this point. And today I'm going to be bringing a lot of locations, about 4 locations currently selling under Adura Nation. I'll start with the big ones. We've got Adura Nation Milk and Honey Estate, right there at Rupoku Igrita, the landmark, the Salvation Ministries headquarters, the Five Fingers, really close by. We also have it around the C4I as well as the Redemption Camp, and it's a beautiful place to behold. As said before, it's on a highland. It's not a lowland where you have to bother yourself about flooding, so it's well placed, and even when it has to do with road networks, it's top notch at that particular location. It's selling for 1 plot of land for 15 million naira and a half plot of land for 7.5 million naira. But the beauty here is there is still that opportunity for you to key into it. The very first 10 persons to key into it gets the 1 plot of land for 8 million naira, not 50 million naira. So a whole 7 million naira out of it. So if you're part of the first 10 persons for the launching promo, which is on, you get it at 8 million naira at that particular location. So if you want to do that, you can quickly call our numbers, which is 0704 465 5227. I'll call that again. It is 0704 465 5227, or you can walk into our office where we are at number 13A Imogo Market Road, Omotutua, Omagua, River State, to get yourself registered for this particular one. So the location again is Adura Nation's Milk and Honey Estate at Rupoku Igrita, just around the Salvation Ministries headquarters. Then we'll have a second location also, which is at Igritali. This one is just a few meters away from the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium, right there at Igritali. Another beautiful place to behold, upland, well designed, very good road network, and it's something that you can be part of, whether you want it as a residential building or you want to do a commercial building, maybe for rent or for a shopping plaza. It's there for you. For that one, outright, you pay 2 million naira and you get 1 plot of land. Or if you want to do an installmental payment, then what you do is you pay for it for 2.5 million naira. What happens is if you have a 500,000 naira, you bring it down, we'll help you break the balance for it to be pretty easy for you to pay. If you have a million naira or you have 1.5 million naira, whichever, you put it down and we give you a plan to pay up the balance. And once you pay the instrumental payment, the land gets allocated to you, so you can start dreaming of the plans on how you want to develop the land from that point. We also have another location at Eleme, Alessa Eleme. It's called the New Eleme City, right there at Alessa Eleme. It's very close to the Port Harcourt refinery, right there in Alessa, and there it goes for 1 plot of land for 1 million naira. Yes, just 1 million naira. You get a plot of land. It's also a very beautiful place. Upland it is, well designed, very good road network there, very good drainage already designed in that particular place. So 1 million naira for 1 plot of land at the New Eleme City. So again, if you want to key into any of these locations, just call our phone number, which is 0704 465 5227. I'll call it again. It is 0704 465 5227. 5227. I'll just call it one more time in case you want to write it down. It is 0704 465 5227. And the last location is at Omagwa Ishiokpo. That one is very close to the Mwigwe University.
So that makes the fourth one.
Yes, the fourth one, the last one. Now the fourth one is at Omagwa Ishiokpo. It's very close to the Mwigwe University, just 5 minutes drive away from the Mwigwe University. It's another beautiful site again, very well placed, very well designed, upland in every location. And this one goes for 500,000 naira for one plot of land. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. It's what any person can key into at this point. 500,000 naira, one plot of land. And it's a place where development has come to. It's not a place where, as we do say, very interior, that you can't start building immediately. So development is already close by there. So 500,000 naira for one plot of land. And the beauty here is if you have enough and you can buy 10 plots of land, you get one plot of land free, meaning if you have 5 million naira for 10 plots of land, you get an extra one plot of land added to it free of charge, all on Adura Nation. So if you want to be part of it, just call the phone number 0704 465 5227. I'll call it again, 0704 465 5227. Or you can walk into our office, which is at number 13A in Mogo Market Road, Omotutua, Omagwa, River State. Remember, our sightseeing days or inspection days are from Mondays to Saturdays, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. So you can avail yourself that opportunity. Go down to these locations, whichever one you want to see it for yourself. I think seeing is believing. When you see it, then you could be very much convinced to be part of this one. Even on Sunday, if you want to still go to the site, you can do well to call our phone number and we'll arrange something to take you down there for you to see it firsthand. 0704 465 5227. That's the number to call. I'll call it just one more time. 0704 465 5227. Kelly, you didn't ask me, but let me just let it out here right now. We've got 2 free documents that accompany the lands you buy, whichever location you buy from. 2 free documents. You've got your free deed of conveyance, which gets to you 48 hours after you've paid for the land in any of the locations. Then following that is your free survey plan. Yes, all on Adura Nation. So Adura Nation is there for you at any point.
Okay. So your physical address again and phone numbers.
All right. For the phone number, it is 0704 465 5227. Let me call it one more time. 0704 465 5227. And the physical address, our office address, is at number 13A in Mogo Market Road, Omotutua, Omagwa, River State.
Okay. So the installments are also available for all the locations?
Not for the last location. The last location, you just have your 500,000 naira you pay and you get it. It's pretty small for anyone. But for the first location, which is at Rukwoku, Igrita Rukwoku, that's the Adura Milk and Honey Estate. For that 8 million naira, if you have about up to 3 million naira or 4 million naira, you can bring it down and we'll keep it down for you and break the order in 2 months for you to be able to meet up. That's still under the promo because away from the promo, which ends on the 17th of November, the price for one plot of land goes back to 25 million naira.
Okay, then for the second one.
For the second one, which is at Igritali, yes, the instrumental payment, you pay 2.5 million naira, which I said, if you have a 500,000, you have a 1 million or a 1.5, that's instrumental payment, and we'll break the other one for you. And for the third one, which is at LMS City, if you have a 500,000 naira, you put it down, we'll break the balance 500,000 naira for you over 2 months to make it easy.
All right. So the phone numbers again, physical address, then a final word if you have any before we go.
All right. So the phone number to call to do the business with us is 0704 465 5227. I'll call that again, 0704 465 5227. Office address is at number 13A in Mogo Market Road, Omotutua, Omagwa, River State. And final words from me. You've heard it all, people of Port Harcourt. You're out there, you've got a job, you aim, make money. it's very much required that you invest the money that you make, and one of the best ways to invest money is in landed properties. But the very thing that you should look out for is getting a company that is reliable enough to give you landed properties where you don't have to bother yourself after you've gotten it. And Adura Nation is that company here for you.
All right. Thank you so much, distinguished rep from Adura Nation, for making the time to be here this morning.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll return to the conversation in just a moment. I feel like doing something a little different, but I don't know what it is. When I figure it out, I'll do it. But we'll return shortly. Stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seatbelts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. I'll return straight to Chiminem so he can conclude.
So summarily, what I'm saying is that what I saw in these areas, that is if you're very known, you're always saying, I'm from Calabar, I don't know how often you go, you're always here in Ikwere land. What I'm saying is that in all of these things, yes. Like this place I'm calling, I know you don't know these areas. I could just take you on a tour for free. There is no network, no road. And Kelly, no network. You hardly get network. But the people are enjoying. But the only problem, when I asked them, what is the problem? They said you can't access them easily. Fish, the kind of fish I ate there. So it's good. Let me give kudos to the governor. You know, for quite some time now, for a weekend, I've been putting him in my prayers. The last time I saw the governor was in fact, always on project site and going to see it one-on-one. And that's what the FCT minister is also doing over there. So, Koti, let me thank the governor. Let him also ensure that the contractors are on site. From what we are seeing is that they are still piling. He said 75% has been done, work has been done. So the remaining should be completed. Gone are those days we say rain. In those days they used to tell us that when once it is raining season you can't build a bridge, but Wike defied it. Now you can even build under thunderstorm. So let them move in there so that the Calabari people will enjoy. Part of what we are having here in Rivers State, we must ensure and incorporate, ensure that they become part of the economic tree. And let you people too, like I said, cut you off. And what have people to? They have tried.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Dr. Chiwo, don't I have bad manners? I have bad manners inside my body. I used to suppress it.
I'm surprised watching.
I'm friendly with bad manners.
I have bad manners. It's inside my body. I used to suppress it.
That means I'm sure not what we can do sometimes when our own bad manners come. Well, Kelly, I think there's no doubt about it. The opening up of river states, particularly the riverine areas, is in the best interest of all. As a lawyer, May 25, 1999, I used to say it here, I've said it here, I set record. I was the first lawyer who drove my car to Degema. And the judge, Justice Dandy Kali, was asking me, how did you manage? Because, I mean, we are like many were itching for the time we'll stop going through Abonima Wharf, doing Bukola. and the boats, hitting. So I was that the day I just managed to get there until they began the road was completed. That is in the best interest of entire River State. Some of us who are from Mobiapo, we can't travel. We can't invest outside. Our land is finished. We can't. If there's any group that needs the opening of different parts of the River State, it is Ikwere, particularly Obiawo and Port Harcourt. Please open up. Some of us can go and live in Bonny. Some can go to Idama and all those other places. Then some weekends we travel back to our place. Our children can invest in those areas. There is a lot of tourism and other investment possibilities in rivers which have been shut out because of lack of development. You know, some people, when we think about it, you think that, opening that road is for the Calabaris. No. Just like, I mean, the Calabaris have invested more in Ikwere land than the most Ikwere people. That's also how it may happen when we go there. So please, Governor, we are very excited that you are doing it. The Ogonis are also now, many Ogonis are staying back in Gokana and all that. His Excellency just came. I'm sure he comes to visit and go back. The university. We need it. Equally, people we are praying for you all too, because we are my people are in danger. My people are see, Kelly. Equally, people are in danger. Our children, my children. After my son, because we had a battle to do, my family vote was okay. Give everybody that has been born a land. After that, there's no more land. So let's open up. River State has been too clustered into one city state that's not even a city. Let's open up. This will become a city when we have outlets. That's how a city develops. It's not by being clustered together. Abuja is a city because it can move from a location like Port Harcourt to Ahoda to Omok in some few hours, and you wouldn't notice the difference. But we're just clustered here. So please, let's commend the governor. Let him continue. That is also why some of us didn't like the unnecessary crisis that was brought upon him. Whatever be the misunderstanding he had with FCT minister, we felt that it could have been managed. And then the FCT minister in particular could have been able to, having been the governor and all that, and knowing what governance is, to manage it. I'm happy that we have come out of it, hopefully, and then let him please allow him, encourage him. The honor of a leader is those you have mentored and raised. And also, now he can go, he can as he normally does media chat. He can say, see, I'm developing Abuja, I develop part of River State, my protege is now developing other places. You can see it on television, and the people are happy. It is in the best interest of all. So I commend the government to please keep it up. Tell him keep it up.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, there's one last question I had, if I heard well, that I have not heard anybody incorporate it, except I didn't hear it. You asked something about peace.
Does the peace allow for development?
Thank you very much.
Dr. Chinwo just
I
answered
talked
it.
about it too.
He also did.
Okay.
It's only Temple Chief that did not talk about it.
No, he was only commending the governor. Knowing the governor.
Which is such a unique thing.
Which is even peace. It shows that is peace itself.
If a man does
that is peace.
We are coming from him.
Because he's praying for him every day.
That's such a unique thing.
They all kept quiet.
Wow.
Well, see, Kelly, for me, I think what the governor is doing is good. It's great, it's noble. There should be development in any state. And of course, as this Port Harcourt is, like Chinwo said, there should be branching out to other cities. As a matter of fact, when I was not living in this Port Harcourt, though it was small, because I've been here for long, I was hearing Kalabari. And I thought, just like Bonnie, it was when I came to this particular place and I was working in a very big company. I happened to be heading a department. Then we had a contract in Bonnie. That was when I knew that Bonnie, the only link to Bonnie was water and all that. And that's how I resigned from the company. Because I talk every night, I say I cannot enter any boat. I don't want. Because as I am now, Kelly, if you just meet me on the way, slap me and run, reaching Choba Road, you enter the way that there's no bridge and all that, I can't cross. Go.
I feel pity for you.
Feel, right? It's only when somebody say you have done things wrong.
Do you know the joy of traveling?
It is good that you are feeling pity for me that I do not enter water die. If you want to die on the other.
No, nobody is dying. Do you know the rare feeling of joy?
Shanoda, it's enjoyable. After my first trip in 1992 to Degema, I began to look forward to it. But yet I was looking forward to
water.
road. Yes, through water. Yet I wished for road.
That's a balance.
It's all right.
But at least he enjoyed it.
That's the enjoy, not me. See,
you know, sometimes
when I look at those
we need to do away with our fear.
Speedboat, if for instance they decide to put their hand like this, it will enter water. No. See, Kelly is good, whatever be the case. But when I heard Pobo had been linked, for instance, good. Like, if there are other areas that could be linked in that fashion, it's fine. After all, I wouldn't have lost that job then. Because the MD...
No, but you lost the job because of fear.
Whether you call it fear, Kelly, is better.
Fear is not of God.
If one is dying, please, you don't tempt God. It's Jesus that said it, and I'm not more righteous than Jesus. Don't tempt God. I look at Choba River. I know that I can't even swim a swimming pool. Then I'll go and swim Choba River. No, I will not try that. See, what I do not understand is the peace. As for what the governor is doing, moving here and there, is good. And if he will be allowed to continue. You see, because Kelly, somebody like me, I have not seen the peace yield fruit, because there's one problem we don't understand in this life. And that is why, as I am in good condition with you, I'll make sure I maintain it. So with all of us. Because when there's a scratch with the good relationship, it will be very difficult to go back to the initial position. I'm telling you, anybody that wants to believe me should believe me. I have reached an age I think I would have learned something. And that is why before I say something, I think about it. See, Kelly, there is no peace. They have not, nothing has brought peace. What is happening is, just like we are living in this country, we have agreed, kept quiet to leave. Not that one is not seeing glaring lopsidedness in certain things, but you keep quiet and you leave. But if you don't, you want to prove that you know too much, you will die now and life will continue. See, if the governor does not abide by whatever he is told, they will impeach him. Even if they don't impeach him, once the rumbling starts, he will be on his. And so do you call that peace when you are not using your initiative to do anything? I don't think so. That is what I'm saying. But let the governor continue. Allow them. Just continue doing like that. But Emmanuel Ndukwe, I keep on asking myself, can I fit into such mode? No is the answer.
Mr. Williams.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank Chimenem. You know, it was interesting to hear that Chimenem did not only acknowledge the fact that Governor Fubara is his governor. Today, Chimenem went a step further, praying for him for doing well. So, Chimenem, I thank you for acknowledging.
I don't need to thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, that said, I want to, in thanking Governor Fubara on this Trans-Calabari Road, I want to also thank His Excellency Dr. Peter Odili. I want to thank Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi. I want to thank Chief Nyeso Wike. Because, you know, it is interesting when we talk about Trans-Calabari. Trans-Calabari didn't start with Governor Fubara.
True.
This was the brainchild of Governor Peter Odili. Only at some point it turned political. But I'm thanking Governor Fubara specifically because he appears to be the one who really wants this to happen in his time. That's why I'm thanking him specially. It's like the Opopo Road and all that. It's also started during Governor Odili.
Yeah.
But it's good to start something and play politics with it. But it's better to ensure that this thing comes to light. So I want to thank Governor Fubara and I want him to continue the way he's doing. He has promised that in the next 6 years, 6 months, all things being equal, that we can ride on this. I will be so happy. You know, my mother, when she was here with us, she said something. She said, today, even if I die, or when I die, I have something to tell your father, who is long gone. And I said, what's that? He said, your father never saw phone. This phone that I can be in my village, you be in Port Harcourt, you are in Abuja, you're calling me, we are talking. I know that it will be a thing of joy for the Calabari people. People like Kelly here, who have stories to tell his great-grandfather when he grows old and go and join them. That, look, now motor drives into Calabari land. Kelly will be glad to report that. So in a nutshell, Governor Fubara, I thank you. Continue, don't be deterred. Don't please bring politics. Because there's something politicians do. It's happening on the Ogoni East-West Road axis of Ogoni. They will do it even when everything is there with them to complete it. They will, when it's coming towards the election, they will leave it so that they will use it during campaign to say, just vote for us, we will complete that road. So Governor Fubara, whether they have allowed you to come back for second tenure or not, please, this tenure that you're doing, try to complete this road. One. And on what my brother Emma said, whether there is peace You see, there is peace. After all, if they have not made peace, they will not snap together and then say that we have decided to work together. If people have said we have decided to work together, what that means that there is a peace. However they define the peace, after all, did we see the terms of settlement? However they want the peace to come, what Rivers people are interested in is development. That is it. So, Governor Fubara, finally, I want to thank you. You are doing Trans-Calabari Road. You are doing what's they call that
Ring Road.
Yeah, there's another one he just awarded. Is it Queenstown? The shore protection.
Yeah.
But please, I want to make this appeal to Governor Fubara. This road they are doing, they say it's legacy project. Ring Road. His Excellency, Governor Fubara. People that live along Egbelu, Ogbogoro, Ojoba can no longer access their houses. I'm not exaggerating. If you go, you can't pass that road now. Why? Because during the 6 months emergency rule, the Julius Berger,
the same thing with Telepokodo.
Left that place. Kelly, if you get to, if I pray that let Governor Fubara please try and visit this site and see things for himself, not story they tell him.
All right.
That's my appeal.
On a final note, I think we can do this quickly. Court can't continue to decide election winners. It must be at polling units. Yesterday, Amubito was making a lot of statements. INEC cannot do everything. Although he considered INEC cannot do everything. We need laws and so on and so forth. But is it talking too much? Or perhaps it's necessary for him to build confidence as he carries on with the job of planning and charting how our elections would turn out. Dr. Chinwo.
Yeah, incidentally, I was supposed to be at that conference, Law Teachers Conference, where he made that statement, but I couldn't go. Amuputan cannot even talk as much as Yakubu did.
Alizana.
No. The problem is actually not therefore the talking, what the INEC chairman say. The problem is the action. Yes, we all agree. And the courts didn't set out to determine who wins election. It's not their work. But the failure of INEC has made even those who win, if anybody wins a hard conscience like Yaradua, you feel thoroughly embarrassed. See, 2023 election, I know of a candidate who lost this election. When he went to the collation center, people pitied him because he's a very popular person. He lost the election. But by the time they did their abracadabra and came out, he had won. I am sure that in his innermost mind, from time to time, his conscience will sting him. But in the system of Nigeria, which INEC created, he had won. So, INEC, look, the 2022 Electoral Act is one for Nigeria is the best effort you see that was made to get us a free and fair election. And it could have been possible. If INEC matched their words with their action, the law, the legal framework was there. And it is when you fail in the legal framework that he now goes to the judiciary, you begin to blame the court. Somebody says, this person who you say won didn't win, declare me the winner. And the court goes there and say, I agree with you, he didn't win, you are the winner, or I don't agree with you for your evidence, he is still the winner. So the court didn't set out to do it. It's INEC. And I pray that Amuputan will be able to take and stand by his word, and it's a simple thing. You said result to be transmitted via this. Let it be transmitted. You said election materials will be ready by 8 a.m. Let it be. And they are not impossible. They are not things that cannot be done. So, we all have had this before. Like I tell once I said, the courts never set out to determine winners. But INEC made the courts in Nigeria to become the declarer of winners. So I pray he can stick to his word.
Yeah, Mokutan just came in. and he's a happy man for getting a job in the first place. That's the first
He
thing.
was a deputy vice chancellor.
He's a happy man.
Senior advocate
The plum job. No,
My brother, tell it.
And they know it.
Like I'm surprised that Mr. Ndiko is agreeing with Anjinateka.
People, everybody should agree. In their heart, just like they was saying, that man who lost and finally was declared winner. In his heart, he will be thinking that I lost physically. So the man
that
is
one spiritual.
Yes, the man is very happy to have one of the twisty jobs that we have in Nigeria today. So he can feel free to talk anyhow or the way he feel like that will be better for him. But go back to INEC offices. Go back to the staffs. Who are these staffs that he comes to meet on ground? What are their records? That is where the issue lies. Not in him. He might be a clean man, like he's coming in. His record is very strict. But the people who are going to work with him, who are they? Let all eyes be on those men who are going to walk the walk.
All right.
He might give instructions. Okay, material is ready for 6 o'clock, for this, for that. Vehicles are there. Who is going to give the order to drive a vehicle? Take material from A to B. Who are going to do that? So it's not just him making the statement. We've heard from Mahmoud, just like Jiga too. But the 2023 was a very unique one. That we see shoes on IREF and all that. Are we going to use the same system now? Only time is going to tell. But let us wait and see the test of November 8th, the Anambra elections. Out of them, we'll now look at what did you do? Where did you miss it? Moving forward.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, first, I agree with the speaker so far. You know, the INEC chairman, the only reason I will listen to him is because he's a professor of law, not because he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. I tell you why. As a professor of law, and I hear he was the deputy vice chancellor.
Yes.
Meaning
he should still be now. He would have administrative leave.
He has resigned.
He resigned that position.
Meaning that
if this is already 2 years, this is 5 years. So there's no way
meaning that he teaches
so he can
law.
return to the position after this job.
Meaning that as a professor of law, he teaches the law, right? You know, when a teacher speaks, you should listen to a teacher. More so, an INEC. When we talk about the problem we have in INEC, most of this problem doesn't come from INEC staff. Most of the problem is not INEC staff. You know why I say so? INEC staff are not usually returning officers. 2019 election, somebody I know too well, a lecturer, came as a returning officer of my ward. No, sorry, of Ward 4. I am Ward 3. But Ward 3 and Ward 4 will have the same rack.
In M1?
Yes, rack center. I know a lady.
That's I would say kingdom now.
Well, then let's leave that. A lady. You know, that's what you are looking for.
Let him not see you.
I rebuke you. I touch it. You know, this person we're talking about is a lecturer. To be a returning officer of what? A ward. Do you know when it was time to collect the results? And not a man, a woman lecturer. This woman vanished. The next thing we heard was that the result has entered. They have collected result at the collation center. That is, she didn't come to the rank, straight to the local government headquarters. They have collected result. Why am I saying this? That's why I say I am believing the INEC chairman. I don't know if what do you call it? Amopito. I'm believing him. Okay, you know better. I'm believing him not because he's INEC chairman, not because he's a senior advocate of Nigeria, but because he's a law lecturer. Now, it is the same. See what happened in Abia State. Was it not a woman, a vice chancellor, right?
Yes.
Who stood her ground to say, no, I will not do this injustice to Abia people. So, thank God for that meeting. My lecturer said he was to attend, where the INEC chairman addressed is a lecturers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because
That's
he knows.
National Association of Law Teachers.
Law teachers. That's why I say I believe in him because he's a lecturer. He knows. He knows that the problem of because you can do whatever I want to do. Whatever. See what happened in Adamawa. He's not a returning officer. That went, So please.
No, but it was the wreck in Adamawa that did what he did.
Of course, with the returning officer. Where was the returning officer?
No, the returning officer was there to declare the result. Then the wreck ran ahead of time.
Wait, see what we're saying that. They say when you identify your problem is half solved. The INEC chairman knows. Why is it that of every other group in Nigeria, he decided this is the first meeting he was holding with a critical stakeholder, which are the lecturers, law lecturers. And he said, if I heard him like that, this is a primary constituency, that they should assist him, they should pray for him, they should work with him. He knows. Because the what they call that INEC people in local government, the EOs. If an EO decides to do evil, and a lecturer from the university who is a return officer say no, will EO succeed? And the law has provided that EO cannot declare results. So what I'm talking about? So it boils down to those people that INEC engages from the various universities to come and declare results.
And
so
the same politician
who paid them. See what happened in Akwa Ibom. One compromised a professor and announced a different result. Today he's in prison. The person he assisted and announced him that is in Senate now. He's not listening to him.
That person said he was not the beneficiary of what
he's
that
not listening
guy
to him, but he's there languishing in prison.
That person said he's not the beneficiary of that man's action.
So he had denied him. So that is to tell lecturers that they can deny you when you are caught. So do the right thing. So let INEC chairman hold his primary constituency, as he said, very well, because they are the people that can destroy him when it is time to announce results.
So this is brief, so I can open the phone line.
Of course, if you look at his apparel, of course, what he has, the man in question, of course, he's putting on the robe of decency. The legal robe is very decent, And I want to tell you, if you look at the history of that man, I looked at his bio. Of course, he's going to represent. He's bringing a new dawn. New dawn in the sense, what we had in the past was also the best. You see, under Yakubu, people were shouting, those that failed the election. Of course, when you fail, it's not really easy. You have to cry. Where I was, I said the election was perfect because when we voted, and what we voted in my own constituency reflected at the local government. And that is why I can stand and say Yakubu did well. And I don't know who want to stand and curse that man. Because the Lord said, whoever I bless is blessed. So, you see, that's why some of us can stand tall and say, look, he has done well. The problem with Nigerians is that they don't like meritorious service. If they say this man has meritoriously done well, enemies will rise. So, that is... It's like my lecturer here, the day he will retire, anybody that insults or curses him, the person is already cursed. Because it's a meritorious service. It's not that he's devoid of. He's not devoid of.
He must let the public know. He must let the public know that there is a Dr. C.A.J. Chimu, who is a lawyer here. There is a J.C. Williams, who is a lawyer. And there is a Chimenem. And the person talking now is a Chimenem.
No, they know it's not.
No, it's me. Chimenem doesn't require introduction.
You don't need to. I said, give me 2 microphones.
No,
I need 2 microphones. I need 2 microphones. I need 2 microphones.
No, they know him.
No, I should be afraid.
They know him.
Yakubu has done well. And among those that I'm praying for, I'm praying for Fubara, the governor of Rivers State. I wasn't praying for him before, but I started putting him in my prayers. Yakubu, who has retired, is the best.
They can bring him back.
Nigerians complain a lot. I have a friend who said, hey, in fact, he's so popular. I said, social media, be careful. Don't even vote, you will fail. He said, he has, in fact, he's on Facebook, S handle. I said, no problem.
Is that not that lawyer that used to come here?
I don't want to call the person. Before the election.
What's that his name again? What's that his name?
Please don't.
You don't know his name?
Please, I don't know. I said, be careful.
Why will you do that to your friend? Why will you do that to your friend?
No, I didn't call anybody.
He failed because did well.
No, he didn't. See, you can be popular in Port Harcourt. In the village, nobody knows you.
So you are saying Choco is not popular in the village?
I didn't call Choco, but I don't know. But he was among those that failed. He's my friend.
So Choco is not popular in the village?
When I saw plenty of his posters, I said, be careful. Posters are not enough. That you have 20 billion.
You should have told him, be careful, that is a Yakubu.
No. So, Kelly, what I'm trying to say is that I'm Mipitan, I don't know how. No, this is the first time I'm hearing that. The man, if you look at him, of course, you will know that he has gone through the grills of academics. He understands the nitty-gritty. Being a lawyer too gives him another upper hand. You see, people complain a lot. Those that will be contesting, I don't see them campaign.
Including your lecturer.
Is that what?
Don't worry, continue.
My lecturer is good.
I thought you did not hear me.
It's good. I don't know, but I have to. When you say lecturer, there are other areas. Now, Kelly, look at those that are 14.
Kelly is looking for you.
I told you about his credentials. They don't just federal government doesn't just appoint. They look at you, your credentials, and look at your character. And when it comes to character evidence, he's the best.
That's the same thing with the minister that brought fake certificates.
Which the minister.
They did not say him.
Can I challenge you that in every fact it has always been there?
No, but you just said the federal government, they look very well.
Yes.
You said they look very well.
Very well.
They will be thorough.
Very thorough.
They didn't see that minister.
Which evidence? The matter is still in court.
More is still there.
Uche Enaji.
The matter is still in court.
That's his name now, Uche Enaji. They
The
did
matter
not
is still
see
in
him.
court. Has anybody come out to say, look, at the university, the matter is in court. So it shouldn't, it's allegedly.
Okay.
So that's not what I want to say. In all of these things,
okay, you have reviewed that word that they look thoroughly.
And people,
please continue so that Mr. Eko can speak. Please,
people keep saying 2023 election that so many persons are crying. Who are the people crying? Who are the people? Obi failed. Who again? Atiku failed. These are people that couldn't. They were on social media. I keep calling some of them. I say, please, the obedient movement, leave social media alone. Go and get your voter's card. Go and get, I know they will attack me after now, but I'm putting on my ammo. Go and get your voter's card. Avoid social media. Social media is not election. Election is practical.
All right.
So for me,
because
where is this Yakubu? No, I've been praying. I've been doing intercessory prayers. You see these days, if there is birthday in Kaduna, Obi is there. If there is IDP, he's there. Today he's in NFF this stadium. I don't know how he moves. Go and do your campaign. Stop all this. It's everything you hear. Get your underground.
That is what he's doing.
Okay, so can we come back to Amopiton and his statement?
Is the best.
Okay.
The best.
The best of the
Is it what it is? There was the last match we went for. River State Karate Club.
It was Yakubu that made us win.
Now, okay, let me senior counsel, let me not forget this. I know you want me to forget, but please don't forget. You see, we are going for a match. We put on our jersey and every other thing. I told my coach that we are going to lose. The reason is that I saw more than 11 fatigue players already. They've already shown it. I saw the star in them, beer. I said, let us not go for this match. We may go with 7-0. And they said, we've trained. I said, the training is not enough. First half, we took it. second half they gave us. And when I say, coach, we don't fail. People know this is not Jonathan. We are talking about Tinubu. He understands. So, I've been looking at, there's one political party that is on board. I don't know their name, but I think it's a social club. They will fail.
All right.
So, I'm not putting I'm putting He's the best.
You don't even know his name.
He's the best. I don't want to. No, I'm not from his village.
You don't even know
this is the first time I'm hearing that name.
This is the first time I'm hearing his name.
No, I said it.
Yet he's the best.
And confirm.
Yet he's the best.
Appointed, screen and confirm. Yet you don't know his name.
Kelly, you see, please,
thank Yakubu for making Rivers people lose that match.
Okay. Chimena, you read Jesse, so you thank him later.
I'm so teaching about the rest.
Kelly, for me, what Amopitam said, as it's not, he didn't say anything to me. Absolutely. When Yakubu came, he made his own. When we had, was this professor that Jega, not only that one, all of them, they will always make the arrangements. Arrangement may not be the same. All of them will make the arrangement and then speak glowingly of what they are going to do and how changes will come in. Yakubu own, we saw how he elevated the beavers and how beavers helped us in this country. On the very first day, the highest of the election, beavers faltered. So, whatever Mopita or whoever that will succeed him in saying doesn't mean, it doesn't cross my ear. All I know is that until he performs. But there's one thing. My people made a parable. They said, a sucker of palm fruits cannot fall from that height and fall to the ground without picking a dry leaf. And that is true. Anytime the person goes in, they cut it, it comes down, dry leaves must gum it from wherever. INEC has been made the way it is, whether the problem is from these people that from, what do they call them now? You know, I'm not familiar with all those things. The
electoral officers.
Electoral officers, all the rest of them, even the people that make pronouncements from universities, returning officers, whether it's from them or whoever, is under the umbrella of INEC. INEC more or less is an institution that seems to have bad elements around it. And so as long as Amopitam has entered there, he will be told what to do. And if he doesn't do it, he might lose his job. So if he wants that job very clearly, the way I think, even though he may be a senior advocate and all that, a vice chancellor, but even if he like, let him be chancellor. Sure. Yes, he will indeed obey whatever he's told in INEC. And what I'm saying, so long as he enters, just like that sucker of palm fruit, he will be stern when he leaves.
All right, let's take reactions from you. 0810951095. The phone lines are open. You have 60 seconds. Let's begin. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
I greet all our guests in the studio.
Good morning.
Let me go straight to Transclavary Road, where Governor Kuba visited it yesterday, and he promised to complete it. Yes, I want to thank our governor for the good work he's doing in our state. And if he finishes the road, that road will remain a durable mark in his government. Then I want to appeal to him. Let him also come to our community. Our road is not good. Don't put about to Ibuko Road. That road is old Indiama Road, Ahoda Indiama Road. Let him come and complete it for us. At the end of the day, our people will be happy and will thank him. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Frank. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Clever Gerald, please go on.
Yeah, Clever Gerald, calling for Petaba. All the girls, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I think we should give credit to our governor. A reliable man doing what he ought to do best. I think it's an opportunity to appreciate him and praise him. God will continue to strengthen him and bless him for the good work. And for INEC and Kelly, I think Amopiton, or what is it called, is just playing to the gallery. They want to tell us what to hear. What Mahmoud told us is even bigger what he's saying. But what I want to say is that Amapiton cannot do more or cannot do less to what the politicians and what the elite want him to do. It is
All
what
right.
they have things that he will do. Thank you, Kelly.
All right, it's not, before it sounds like Amotekun, it's Amopiton. Please. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome,
Okema,
sir.
and the rest guests. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
It is calling from Port Harcourt.
All right.
Amopito, the INEC chairman, speaking, making his promises in line with other former INEC chairman this year. But my question is, why not appoint the trusted, the people that Nigerians have already examined, cross-check their profile, their bros in various elections in Nigeria? Why bringing a new person? Yes, it's academical sound. He has what it takes to chair that INEC. But why not give us someone that we have trusted, someone who have seen his performance in the field of election, than giving us a new person that that in Nigeria election, it can be manipulated by the person who employ him. It doesn't matter what level he occupies or whoever he is. But
All right.
I believe this present government will manipulate him when time comes 2027.
Well, that's your belief. We'll leave that with you. Today, 95.1, welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Kelly, let me start this way. Please, I never hear Chimene one day talk how people go eat the food. Only 2027.
You don't start that way. Thank you. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Kelly, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Ogema, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and other brothers there, good morning. Chimene, remember 1994 and 95? I know you know really what happened over there then. Now, my point is that through this lecture, this is a calling from Rumumo. Remember that today's lecture, I understand that someone can only win election through corruption and through hard point of getting things. Now, the second side of it is that concerning Nnamdi Kanu, there is a parable I always tell us on this particular point of it in that.
Hello? Okay, I think your credit finished. Sorry, Today, 95.1, good morning. All right, so call dropped. Today, 95.1, good morning. No, I wasn't born then. Hello?
Good morning, Kelly and the other discussant.
Welcome, Dr. Chris. Please go on.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Chimene Mako. The thing is this. I'm happy the way Chimene spoke this morning. Chimene has obviously reassured us that peace have returned in Rivers State when he commended Fubara, and that's a good one. It's a good development. We need peace. Concerning INEC, in as much as the people in power, especially this very president, keep appointing INEC chairmen, we may likely not get it right. They will do what? He who blows the piper, they say, does what? Dictates the tone. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Chris, that's your position. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
It's George calling from Aurigo.
George, go on.
Chimene, good morning. Good morning.
Brother, good morning.
Chimene, I want to talk about the statement made by the current annex chairman. You see, in election competition, if you don't go and do your campaign, you cannot win election. Election is not about looking at the man at the head. It's for you putting your heart in order. So that during that day of election, you mobilize your people go and vote. Whatever thing you vote, that is what they will report for you. Some people now are relaxing, sleeping, going on social media, going on various places, criticizing this, talking about this, this one. Yakubu this. In fact, to me, Yakubu was the best next chairman I've ever seen in this Nigeria. I wish he would have retained his position before this man. So I don't know, because Yakubu say,
all right, George.
One you know. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, George. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly, and good morning to all the analysts in the studio. This is Mathias calling you from Norman This INEC chairman cannot do a different thing than what we're seeing. And I don't think for now Nigeria wants to hear talking. I think what Nigeria wants to see now is changes in the way our INEC does things. And the way we perform, we tell Nigeria what will happen. And let's not sit up, because let's not just sit down and be quiet that we do a different thing. No, the same thing the way it is. One of your guests is talking with interest. Let them not talk with interest.
Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm here, Mototama.
Ototoma, my sister.
Hello? All right, we lost the call there. Call us back. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, this is Akoniche. Let me conclude, sir, please. No, there is a say I always said, which my ancestors always say, that when you use sex to exert a wife, you will deliver a mad person. Concerning
Nah lie, Oga, nah lie.
Now,
you don't come again. Oga, back on side. Nah lie. Which kind of fake parable with this one? You use anger and impregnate a woman, you born mad person. I don't understand. Which kind of proverb is
So he has not done it.
If it works for him, it doesn't work everywhere.
No,
what kind of?
That is a
I don't understand.
It does not work.
From which village? Today 95.1. Good morning.
In the studio.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Welcome.
Praise our acting governor. He's active. May God strengthen him for doing good work. Kelly, Omo election experience is actually nothing new and it's nothing strange. Even though you do not know, and I'm happy that you have been educated this morning, it is only caused by the media. They just sensationalize some of these ordinary things. Instead of them asking questions when they saw were being bundled, what's the issue? They would have been educated that his bail concern has not been met, so he's been taken back. Not that was rearrested. What is over the weekend, that weekend about this? It is nothing new. So you media people, try and go for issues. Don't be listening to the apparent meaning. Go into the literal meaning. Find out what actually is the cause of what is happening before you report, so that people who read and listen will understand very well. Issue and the Kano issue is very sensitive.
All right.
So if people are reporting it, report very accurate news so that people don't get apprehensive.
Well, give me small credits now. I know they try. Special Douglas, you've dropped the call, Abi. But they try now. I try. I know it's to all of us. I should have just kept quiet, but they try now. They even correct with like Zinadeka inside studio. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Welcome,
morning to
Andy.
everybody in the studio. Yeah, my name is Andy Obun, and I'm calling you from Alakaya. I want to say a very big good morning to my temple chief, Chimele Wadi, who has always been some of us.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Yeah. Let me go straight to say that the governor is doing a good job. We want to still commend him. They said when you commend or thank somebody who is doing well, the person will do more. So I want to urge River people to continue to support him. And at the end of the day, you have his name written in gold. Thank you very much, and God bless you, sir.
All right, Andy. Thank you so much. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Now, concerning Nnamdi Kanu, the madness we are seeing over there is really because of the federal government.
Madness where?
What he's behaving there, the way he's acting.
The way he's acting is
that
madness for you.
The way he said that he wants to defend himself. Do you know what his lawyer over there have been saying? Do you know what he's trespassing there?
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. I am Newman. Hello.
We're listening to you.
Okay, I'm Newman. I hope you
Newman, your radio is too loud.
I don't think Amoputon can do as much as his predecessor can do. Just excited over the job he has gotten. Just like when Tinubu was excited, when he was declared the winner, and came up to say subsidy is gone, and we are now suffering for it out of excitement. I don't think you can do anything better.
All right. Okay, I think that's your point. Final call today, 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome.
I'll be Mututama.
My sister.
Father guest in the studio. Please, Mr. Kelly, I want to ask a question. Please, to the barrister today, I want to ask, when a judge or a magistrate will announce a bail bond, like somebody should be bailed in the region of, let's say, 5 million and other things required as a surety, the person is the person expected to be, as in, to deposit the money in question to the court or to the police or to Nigerian government, or the person just have to have the money in his or her account?
It's supposed to be to the courts now, right?
No, you don't pay the money. There's only that bond is only saying if the person doesn't come when we need him and you fail to produce him, that's when they'll tell you to pay that time. So
okay.
nobody asks.
But you still pay it to the court or the federal government account?
So the government treasury, assuming it gets to that point.
All right.
But it shouldn't get to that point. So once the person comes to court,
that's what he said. Like some.
In likes. Okay. All right. We'll get to WhatsApp in a bit, but let's go to Facebook first. Let's read some of the.
Should have given us an address so that we send our bill. Yes, this is legal advice. Well, we don't do anything for me.
And we were furious. We even answered that.
No, just out of Kelly came in. So Kelly, let us send you.
I think it's
let's transfer it to Kelly.
I thought if it is your tutoma,
all right, let's take. I think that was Woju Chidebere from Oibo. That's a meal, definitely a meal. All right, thank God ability at Oibo. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure the messages you're sending us on WhatsApp, and I'm not sure what it's about. So, okay. On Facebook, though, you said, I remember one Davido's music titled Assurance. Okay, it's too early to assure us that under your watch as INEC chairman, court can't continue to decide election winners. We have taken note of what you have said. After the elections in 2027, Nigerians will know if really you have fulfilled your promise. Amity Prince, until we have independent candidacy and electronic voting, court will continue to decide the outcome of the elections. Raymond Ichenwo puts it this way. Ideally, the will of the people should be decided at the ballot, not in the courtroom, but as long as our electoral process remains fraught with irregularities, the judiciary will continue to play a crucial role in defining or defending democracy. The goal should be to build an electoral system strong enough that the courts become the last resort, not the main arena of decision. Hello, John. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Please remind the new INEC chairman that if every Nigerian will believe his promises, I personally won't, because they won't be different from the several of such promises made by his predecessor, not just to Nigerians, but to the entire world, with the presentation at Chatham House. I can understand with him that he's still swimming in the euphoria of his appointment. I don't blame him. Lorenzo Delight, Anambra election will be a litmus test. Marching words with actions will be welcomed by Nigerians. Innocent Aloysius. Kelly, good morning. Our new INEC chairman never chop, small time. You go observe table manners. The system, according to you, is corrupt. Oluna John Amechi, it's a welcome development, but we're watching if you will not be Mr. Glitch. Chairman, where Mr. President nominates, we are watching. Let it not end in mere talk. The INEC boss, I hope, okay. So no beavers, no election. That's the basis for credible election. I couldn't read some of the things you're writing there. A bit confusing. Amupiton is just gratifying or gyrating and celebrating his new job. In due course, the gladiators will call him to order. I'm not expecting anything different from him. God help my country. Promise Wogu, we have seen and heard past chairman talk tough of conducting made-in-heaven elections, but ended up with glitches that occurred in presidential election and not in National Assembly election that took place on the same day and time. All manner of technicalities were sought to truncate the true wishes of the people in electing their choice. Amupiton, you are appointed by one man who wants to... Okay, I've tried. Belema Fibika, nice words, but how can would these power-hungry politicians listen? All right, that's for opinion poll. Quite a Magnus, in as much as I agree to the statement credited to the INEC boss, the election shouldn't be decided in the courts, rather the polling units. I suggest he can channel his energy to reforming the Electoral Act vis-a-vis INEC bylaws in a bid to strengthen our electoral processes and return power to the electorates. Dr. Mrs. Inma Olebara from Owerri, we need action from government, not rhetorics. ASU's strike has become a pandemic, which cure is yet to come. Government could have met ASU's demands instrumentally or in installments over the years, but its short-sightedness and dictatorial tendencies allowed ASU's demands to accumulate so much that it's now an Herculean task to solve. Muchiu says, farmers disagree over reduction in food prices. It's true. Everything in the market is costly. Sunday air we drop in food price. Is it only food we buy in this country? Drugs are also expensive, or more things are expensive, shall. Cosmos Oyeneke, Nnamdi Kanu's case from treasonable felony. I don't have time for this. Okowa Charles, in Nigeria, we are quick to point accusing fingers and blame to office holders, but commit the greater part of responsibility and corruption. Electoral fraud in Nigeria is not done by just one political party. You say all political parties are guilty, from the least individual to top, likewise citizens. Chukudi Banugo, good morning, presenters. INEC under Mahmoud Yakubu, national disgrace at Edo Peter side. It's just the bitter truth. And they conducted the worst election in Nigeria's history. It will take serious, sincere effort for the new INEC chairman to right all the wrongs created by the former chairman and convince Nigerians to believe in them. All right, few more. Michael Vipmore puts it this way. INEC chairman has started the way Mahmoud started, with empty promises and utopia election statements to give citizens false hope. Do your work with transparency and citizens will know. Go and ask Mahmoud if the almighty beavers worked as he promised on election day. All right, I can do one more. Makachika Dikenuba. Mahmoud, former INEC chairman for me. Thank you. I've left you. I don't know the things that you're saying there. All right, so let's go to the traditional SMS channel. Read a few. Sule Lamido was denied access in purchasing form to run for the office of national chairman of the PDP, threatening to take legal action. You see, that is where another level of crisis will start. Maybe this one will now take them to 2027 in paving way for APC to still retain power. Let's see how it ends at the end of the day. Austin George from Rumomo, you sent that message. Thank you. Morning, Kelly and the panelists. I love it when Atedo Peter side speaks. INEC under Mahmoud wasn't only disgraceful, it was a calamity. He will always be remembered for introducing the word technical glitch. Mr. Dennis, that's your position. Okay, this one is a Mazi, and I blame FIFA for releasing money to NFF. Okay, I guess that's a different conversation, so I've left it. Morning. Oh, Kansas Airport in Japan was built on water. We're here still stealing money and struggling for structure. Mama, it's terrible. It's like the new INEC chairman thought the conduct of free and fair election is achieved by tales by moonlight stories. He should suspend his stories until and after Anambra aptitude or competence test. Mr. Law, that's a position. On the unfolding drama in court between Nnamdi Kanu and the federal government, I knew it when he dismissed his lawyers that he was up to something funny. Though I'm not a lawyer, but I know his moves are his defensive strategies. He either wants to stir emotions, controversies, or turn the table upside down. Tinubu should be careful before this matter deepens Nigeria's crisis. He sent that. Use what's about to happen in Saudi and compare it to what Kenya and Nigeria built from the FIFA money given to both countries for sports development. What Nigeria did with theirs is a disgrace. Prosper from Alu has been a trending issue. I liken in Abdikanu's case to God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Until Kanu humbles himself, it will be difficult for his release. Chris Palmview Estate. All right. So yeah, I think that's my mark. So let's leave here and go to WhatsApp. Let's read a few from WhatsApp. Okay, so this is a clearly case of misinformation. Chike Chris. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. You said that Showore shouldn't be calling the IGP illegal because the National Assembly has approved that. But when the same National Assembly approved the state of emergency in Rivers State, you still maintain that the state of emergency was illegal. God bless you. I never said the state of emergency in Rivers State was illegal. I said the president had the powers to declare a state of emergency. It's in the Constitution. But where the president derived powers to suspend elected officials, that's what I questioned, and I called it illegal. So appointing a sole administrator is strange. So if you don't hear well, ask to confirm waiting we talk. And some people would also say, for instance, I still hold a strong position that the elections conducted for the local government election, what they did in, I can't remember the month now again, it's illegal. Even Mahmoud Yakubu, that we call the villain of our elections today, questioned that process. And I say on the basis of the process, I don't know what they are doing. It's illegal.
What about the one who said
that's a different matter. I'm not talking about that. I'm really talking about, no, before somebody tries to quote me out of context or even say what I have not said. That's why I'm doing this. So if you did this intentionally, I have addressed you intentionally. I'm not a careless person on this job. I think some of you should have known that by now. Anyway, let's move on. Greetings to you. Era of endless courtroom battle is over. Nice one. If only INEC, saddled with the responsibility to conduct elections, can walk the talk. Governor Sim Fubara inspects Trans Calabar Road. Kudos and more grease to your elbow, His Excellency. Your reward is here on earth and in heaven. Aboyo Kingsley Rumokuta, you sent that one. Melody, I read a message from you earlier, so I'm not reading the second one, but thank you all the same for sending. On Nnamdi Kanu going on trial, looking at how his trial is going, it looks so controversial, but I think Nnamdi Kanu on his own knows what he is doing. It could be a legal strategy to ambush his prosecutor and possibly win his case. If you follow the case, he cited that he has gone through his file and found no law in which the charge was established. If there's any, let my Lord read it out. Dozema 3, you send that message. Thank you. Augustine Aaron, according to Section 36, Sub 6C of the Nigerian Constitution, defendant has the right to have, I have subscribed, but yet self-representation, but it's rarely advisable in a complex criminal trial like this. While it is a strategy for Kanu to have forfeit rebuttal saying that the prosecutors were unable to present prima facie evidence against him and also citing rendition and jurisdiction issues, which the Supreme Court has already turned, prioritizing continuation over dismissal and also dismissing his legal professional disciplinary counsel, it could be a strategy for him to reinforce his claim for struggling for Biafra than what he's being prosecuted for. Augustine Aaron. All right. Let's see. All right, I think I've hit my marker already. So, all right. So when you say semester robbers, are you referring to the federal government in their position about ASU? Been trying to make up what you're saying. Thank God ability attribute. And I'm doing this out of courtesy for you because you're always here. John Owagogo, I read the message from you already, so let's leave that. We'll listen to some of your voice notes now. I think that will be the last set of things we will do. This is 11:23. So let's see how many we can listen to, and then we're out. Okay, how many can we do? Let's begin with this one. Falls within the threshold. So here we go. Okay, set up now.
Winners are declared in the pool. Yes, that statement is in the right order. I believe that the new INEC chairman that we have will do things differently and keep to his words. I believe that he will not do things or repeat the same error like the other ones that have left. Let him set a new records as Nigerians and the world watch him. Thank you. From Hector.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the panelists. I remain positive, man. Yeah, I'm a conceptual man, and I believe in justice. The world has become a global village. I listen to news a lot. I listen to a lot of radio stations, which I prefer anyway, even when I am out of town. And the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, Ejimako Sowore, and his brother, whatever is justice should be upheld. Politicians should try as much as they can to restrain themselves and allow judiciary to do their job. Whatever is enshrined in the Constitution should be allowed to be done, because the world is a global village. People, international communities are watching, they are looking, they are seeing, and this has a way of affecting us. It's high time they restrain themselves, because
Good morning, Kelly. My name is Abubakar Ateza. My point of contact this morning is on INEC. If Nigeria want to get it right, INEC should be the one to make Nigeria to get it right. In a situation where so many complaints come from a particular state and nothing is done by INEC, INEC has the right to suspend any election. INEC has some guideline to, as they are right, to make sure that the election is credible and is done in a way that people are represented. We should be able to be talking about technology at this time of our democracy. Democracy after 25 years, we are still on a manual. We should digitalize it and make sure that we have credible elections. Thank you.
All right, thank you for reaching out, and thank you to everyone. Let me say thank you to panelists who makes the time. Okay, also be English sometimes it's like mathematics, too much calculation, but let's move on. I'd like to say thank you, not just to the set in the studio now, but to those that will come tomorrow, those that will be here the day after tomorrow. Thank you. Jason Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you. If you permit me, there's something just quickly. The change of the service chief. I just want to say this, if Mr. President is listening. I understand we'll have chief of army staff, chief of defense staff, chief of naval staff, chief of air staff, and chief of intelligence. That is 5. And if the rumor making the rounds is true, that out of the 5, only 1 chief of military intelligence was the one who heard of the rumored coup, and that was why he was retained. In other words, 1.
But 2 were retained. 1 was promoted.
Promotion is not, I'm talking of retain, as it were, to maintain status quo.
Okay.
What it means that 1 out of 5 was doing the work, and 4. It speaks volume for Mr. President. If the rumored coup is true,
we have to go.
Then he should know and be more careful.
Wadi Chiminem Esquire, legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, and a Temple Chief, a voice for Apara Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I think let me thank the governor for this Trans-Calabari. Let him continue. Let him monitor the contractors to the latter. Please, there is complacency. And let them look at the Lepokodu Road and other roads.
Engineer Kiadom Richard Dekai, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary concerned, patriotic ex-governorship candidate, Rivers City 1. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Today FM. More kudos to His Excellency. Keep up the good work.
Dr. C.H. Chiwon, legal practitioner, law teacher, author, public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Emmanuel Njukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
That's our show, everyone. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Because
Baby, I'm jealous.
all this food. You guys can't see her, right?
Went from beautiful to ugly, 'cause insecurity told me you don't love me. All it takes is a girl above me on your timeline to make me nothing. This is me. Oh.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Tuesday, October 28, 2025, 11:38 a.m. Thank you so much for joining me on Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Well, how's your Tuesday morning coming? We'll begin the show with the following news, where Bridget Jones is to be celebrated with a new statue in London's Leicester Square. The fictional character will join the likes of Harry Potter and Paddington in the scenes in the Square trial, which was launched in February 2020 to celebrate a century of cinema. The statue will become the first to honor a romantic comedy and will be unveiled in mid-November to mark 25 years since the release of the first Bridget Jones film. Bridget Jones was created in 1996 by author Helen Fielding and first adapted for the big screen in 2001, with Bridget played by Renée Zellweger. The fourth film in the franchise was released in January. Miss Fielding said she was touched and delighted for Bridget to be honored as a British icon. I hope that Bridget's mummy pants will ensure a sleek silhouette for this statue, she added. The scene in the Square trial originally launched in 2020 with the introduction of 8 sculptures featuring Laurel and Hardy, Mary Poppins, Batman, Bugs Bunny, Don Lockwood, Paddington Bear, Mr. Bean, and Wonder Woman. Since then, statues of Harry Potter, the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones, Clifford the Big Red Dog, and Indiana Jones have been added. The most recent addition last October honored Daniel Kaluuya's character Chris Washington from the horror film Get Out. The trial aims to emphasize Leicester Square's heritage as the heart of British cinema, having hosted its first film premiere in 1937. Kirsty Tollett-Jones, Director of Marketing and Communications for Discover Leicester Square, said it was about time we added a rom-com statue to the lineup. The franchise's fourth and final film, Bridget Jones, made about the boy, had its premiere in Leicester Square in January. Michael Morins, who directed the film, said Bridget has always belonged in London, her mess, her magic, her heart. To see her immortalized in the middle of the city she stumbled through and loved so fiercely feels like the perfect love letter to her and to everyone who's ever cheered her on. Well, there weren't many boy bands bigger than 5 in the late 1990s, where boy band 5 on their reunion were spectacularly lucky to get a second chance. But at the height of their popularity, they dramatically called it a day in 2001 as the stress and pressures of fame and an unrelenting schedule took a toll on all of them. Now, decades later, and to the delight of millennials, Scott, Richie, Jay, Sean, and ABZ are back. It was too much, too fast, way too fast. ABZ tells Richie, explains it was like being strapped to a rocket. They are invited to the rehearsal studio ahead of their upcoming tour 25 years after they were last on the road together. And it's clear they are much more comfortable this time around, with Jay saying they feel spectacularly fortunate to have a second chance. The group sold more than 20 million records in the late 1990s and early 2000s with tracks such as Keep On Moving and Everybody Get Up. But reuniting after more than 20 years doesn't come without risk. Oasis may have sold out a stadium tour in seconds, but others haven't been as fortunate. Scott says all 5 of them didn't sleep the night before their reunion was announced. I phoned my wife Kerry in the middle of the night and asked, what if no one cares? What if we think it's going to be this big thing and everyone goes, so what? But fortunately, the group's fans did care, and the band's arena tour of the UK, Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand is almost sold out. Another thing the band were unsure about was the prospect of singing and dancing together again. Sean explains, we saw the tour without even knowing we could do it. We believe it would make to get into rehearsals to actually find out what we confirm it's still there. No one outside this bubble knows what we went through, the band says. Although 5 performed Keep On Moving with him at one of the shows in London this summer, Richie says he had performer insecurity. Well, 5 Still Moving is on the BBC iPlayer, and the reunion has been the most talked about. Well, in Nigeria, where popular singer, songwriter, and record producer David Adeleke, known as Davido, has said the choice of Akwa Ibom as the first state in Nigeria to host his music concert is due to the quality facilities in the state. Speaking at a pre-concert reception hosted by Akwa Ibom State Governor Omo Eno and Nigeria Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio-Nuyo, Davido said that the choice of Akwa Ibom to host his first live show in Nigeria after 14 years of being on the stage was a result of the state's inherent potentials. According to him, everything about Akwa Ibom State is beautiful, adding that if all states in the country were like Akwa Ibom, he would have been comfortable touring around the whole country. The music icon commended Governor Eno for his good works in the state, especially in maintaining peace and security and for providing platforms for the youth to excel. He said, when we're looking around Africa, 5 places came and Akwa Ibom was at the top of the list. A lot of people are flying from other states that don't have this type of facility. I am excited. It is Akwa Ibom tour. It's his best of its kind. We toured America already and it was a great success, and we're looking for a good facility around Africa, and Akwa Ibom is one of the places that we found out. You have a standard facility. That's why we're starting here. As time goes, we will keep doing other states. And I am just excited. The stadium is already filled up, so let's get ready and shut it down. In his remark, Akpabio commended Eno for his leadership disposition, describing him as both youth and sports friendly. He commended Davido for choosing Akwa Ibom State, saying that a good number of youth have been mentored through his platform, and urged him to carry some Akwa Ibom budding stars with him as he tours around other countries around. Eno, in his remarks, appreciated the music icon for being an inspiration to the younger generation, adding that his commitment and determination of taking his career to the zenith. We are a youth-friendly state and we are trying to develop talent. Thank you for sharing the stage with some of our local entertainers, which is an inspiration to them that one day they can also aspire to be like you, Eno concluded. A popular Nigerian singer Yemi Alade has revealed how deep her commitment to music once made her lose track of time. In an interview with media personality Chude Jidon, the Johnny hit maker shared that she became so engrossed in her career that she didn't realize how quickly the years were passing. There was a time if someone had asked me my age, I realized I kept saying for 3 years that I was 22. She recalled, and then I realized I was 25. I took out my phone and I did the mathematics. I was depressed for a few days. Yemi explained that during that period, her entire world revolved around music. My mind was also not taking into account that years were passing by, she said. I was so invested in my own world, I secluded myself and only focused on the music. The singer's revelation shed light on the often overlooked emotional and mental sacrifices artists make while pursuing their dreams. Well, still on the news, where Nigerian rapper Emeka Akumefule, popularly known as Black Bones, has denied allegations of cyber harassment and privacy invasion. He alleged that a rival in the music industry orchestrated the petition against him. Well, reports said on Sunday that the rapper was accused of cyber harassment, blackmail, and invasion of privacy in a legal petition reportedly filed by the solicitors of a woman identified as Jane Doe. Ms. Doe's solicitors, Bristol and Mortglass, were preceded by their client's rejection of Blackburn's romantic advances, resulting in deliberate and malicious actions intended to humiliate and emotionally damage her. Meanwhile, responding to the petition on X on Monday, Blackburn said that allegations were part of a sustained pattern of harassment and intimidation that he endured for months by a colleague in the music industry. Over the past few days, several false and deeply distressing allegations have been circulated online about me. These claims are not only untrue, they are part of a sustained pattern of harassment and intimidation that I have endured for months from specific individuals within the music industry. For nearly a year, I have stayed silent and endured repeated bullying, physical assaults, and online attacks, believing that the truth would speak for itself. There comes a point when silence allows falsehood to spread unchecked. So I am speaking now. I have done nothing wrong. Now, the singer-rapper explained that what started as a misunderstanding between two adults has resulted in a broader feud, which his adversary has used to threaten him, his team, and family. The accusations being pushed are deliberate fabrications designed to damage my name, work, and everything I've built, the rapper said. Well, the 29-year-old singer, however, confirmed his efforts in cooperating with authorities and his legal teams to address what he described as false accusations against him. I am cooperating fully with the authorities to ensure that the truth is established once and for all. I have nothing to hide, and I welcome transparency. Well, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. With the Davido's 5 tour, a number of people have been asking questions about River State. What happened to Port Harcourt? I mean, when that list broke, when the list of cities that Davido will be touring broke, people had already started talking about Rivers State and asking questions if Rivers was not included. Now, the Davido 5 tour Nigeria will commenced in Uyo already October 26th, which was Sunday, and then will continue in Adamawa October 29, Enugu on November 1, Ibadan November 9, and will climax in Lagos on December 25th in what is expected to be the grand finale celebrating Nigerian music and unity. And for a second, now you look at this list, you know that it's going around the geopolitical zones. While no state should be arguing if it deserves or not, or if the city should be one to host the Nigerian Afrobeat star, because I mean, if every state can say, oh, you can come to our state, it's amazing, it would help our IGR, the economy will be boosted, our up-and-coming artists will be celebrated, some of them get to share stages with Davido, and whatever would happen in that state for that day, every state can say, well, it's deserving for our state to host this music icon. But apart deserving is to talk about, oh, River State or Port Harcourt should have been on that list or in that list, but it isn't. So it happened in Akwa Ibom in Uyo, October 26th, the 5 tour Nigeria. Adamawa hosting October 29, Enugu November 1, Ibadan November 9, and then climaxes in Lagos December 25, 2025. Did you have expectations that Davido would have hosted this 5 tour in Port Harcourt? When you saw the list, did your heart break? Did you expect it to happen? And do you have an idea why Port Harcourt did not make that list? Now, this is the first time after 15 years of having a stage concert and tour in Nigeria, he decides to do this in 2025, and someone says, I saw this news where someone says, what happened to Port Harcourt? Why is Port Harcourt not on that list? Why? Is that a concern for you? Let's get to know your thoughts. If that is 0701-9339-962. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number, 0701-9339-962. Did you think that Port Harcourt was going to make that list and for the Tour 5 tour that Davido started with Akwa Ibom State? If you did think so and you were disappointed when you saw the list, how did that make you feel? Did you expect Port Harcourt to be on the list? Is there a reason Rivers did not make the list? How do you feel about this? 0701-9339-962. Send a text or WhatsApp message to that number. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, Davido's 5 tour hitting 5 cities in Nigeria. Some people are saying, why is Port Harcourt not on the list? Do you think that it should have been? And if it should have, what are your reasons? Why do you think that didn't happen this year? 0701933969. You can send a text message to that number. Now, remember that you can drop a comment on Facebook. That is at Today95.1 FM. Do a follow when you drop a comment there. Instagram at TodayFM951. On X at TodayFM951. Well, this person says, hi, Queen. I really don't care whether Davido comes to Port Harcourt or not. I rather prefer a gospel artist, Mr. Lucky. All right. Alrighty. This person says Port Harcourt could have made the list of the cities Davido will be visiting because the last time David had... Okay, Port Harcourt couldn't. Alright, sorry about that. Port Harcourt couldn't have made the list of the cities Davido would be visiting because the last time he visited this town, he was embarrassed and was almost extorted. It's there online. Big King from Port Harcourt. So that's enough for it not to be enough reason. All right, thank you for texting. That's quite appreciated. Let's see if we have some more messages here. This person says, "Good morning, presenter. My name is Samuel from Ibrikuri. I was expecting River State, but I was surprised. I think it's the stadium in New York. Or you expecting him to visit to tour here? Okay, but you were surprised that it didn't make that list. All right, keep the text messages coming. I think we just have about 2-3 minutes before we wrap up. We can still take your thought on that. Yes, some people did speak up saying, why is Port Harcourt not on that list? I know some of you will be saying, well, we're always asking why not Port Harcourt? Why not Port Harcourt? And the other person says, why not? And why not Port Harcourt? Yes, it should be. Every state wants to speak up for itself. And if you think no, that's also good, and you have your thoughts to that and why you think. If you think yes, that's also good. You have your thoughts to why that is, and that's why I'm asking the question this morning. So whatever your thoughts is about it, you can kindly send that text message, and I would respond to that. So much to just take from the blogs and celebrity corners, but let's take this one. Corrade Bello says poverty kills curiosity. Take a listen to him.
Travel, if his rent was due, or if you think about this, right? Is Elon Musk going to be so concerned about space travel if his rent was due, or if he did not know what he was going to eat tomorrow or tonight? Hang in there, right? The reason I say that is I think one of the greatest threats to curiosity about how the world works is poverty, it's lack, and it's like a threat to education in general. Think about how so many people who have been designed to change the world, right? But they can't follow their curiosity because they're being led by hunger or led by survival. They have to survive. Their basic needs are not met. So how can you be curious about how everything else works when the reality facing you is that you have to eat tonight? Think about how Nigeria, how Africa would be so different if young people had access to basic resources and their minds and creativity could be devoted to.
Well, he's got a lot of supporting comments to that, saying, my dear, you have to think of food first before you think of creativity. But other people think, well, it's as frustrating as hunger can get you, that can also make you creative. Some comments on Facebook about Davido's Port Harcourt not being the list for Davido's store. There was no government in River State when the whole process started, just coming out from emergency rule. Okay, that's Sunday. Emeka says, make OBO come Port Harcourt now. His vibe is needed to heat up Port Harcourt City more, especially during the Yuletide. He's not coming. Steve says, Port Harcourt export artists are not import. No new thing he will bring to Port Harcourt rather than to feed his bank account if there's gate fee. Right, keep the conversation going right there on Facebook and on all other social media platforms. That's our show, Entertainment Today, on Today 95.1 FM. The World News at 12 coming up shortly. I am Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. President Bola Tinubu reaffirms support for Dangote refinery expansion. Resident doctors urge President Bola Tinubu's intervention to avert nationwide strike. INEC extends PVC collection in Anambra ahead of November 8 governorship election. On the foreign scene, African Union condemns atrocities and war crimes in Sudan's El Fasher. Now the detail. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting the Dangote refinery's planned expansion from 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day. Represented by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lukbobori, the President gave the assurance at the 19th edition of the OTO Africa Downstream Conference and Exhibition in Lagos. Tinubu described the refinery project as a game changer for Nigeria, West Africa and the global energy market, noting that the expansion would boost Nigeria's self-sufficiency in refined products and enhance energy supply across the continent. This followed after the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, had announced at a press conference in Lagos that the company would more than double its refining capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day. Tinubu assured that the federal government would continue to support private investments that promote value addition and energy security, stressing that such initiatives align with his administration's vision of building a competitive downstream sector under a deregulated petroleum market. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to urgently address the deepening crisis in the country's health sector, warning that the system is on the verge of collapse. In an open letter titled a passionate appeal to the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation, the association urged Tinubu to personally intervene and resolve its long-standing 19-point demand to avert a total and indefinite nationwide strike scheduled to begin on October 31. NARD President Dr. Mohammed Suleiman, who signed the letter, described the current situation in the health sector as a national emergency and a matter of national security. He said many resident doctors were still being owed their entitlements despite several signed agreements and repeated assurances from government officials. Describing the situation as demoralizing, Suleiman said frontline doctors who showed that the burden of patient care continue to face hardship while others in privileged positions receive their full emolument without delay. He appealed to Tinubu's compassion, fairness and courage to bring lasting solutions to the crisis, stressing that only the president's fatherly leadership could restore hope, trust and stability in the health system. NARD had earlier listed 19 key demands it described as the minimum conditions necessary to prevent the planned strike, including payment of outstanding salaries, improved welfare, and better working conditions for medical personnel across the country. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has extended the ongoing collection of permanent voter cards (PVCs) in Anambra State. The decision followed appeals from citizens and stakeholders requesting additional time for eligible voters to collect their cards ahead of the November 8, 2025 governorship election. According to a statement by the Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Victoria Ete Messi, the exercise, initially scheduled to end on October 26, will now continue from Wednesday, October 29 to Sunday, November 2, 2025. Ete Messi explained that the exercise covers individuals who registered during the recent Continuous Voter Registration (CVR) exercise in the state. She urged all registered voters who have yet to collect their PVCs to take advantage of the extension and visit the designated collection centers across the 326 registration areas wards. INEC expressed appreciation to Anambra residents for their patience and cooperation and encouraged them to prepare for the upcoming election. Well, the newly appointed chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Josh Amupita, says elections in Nigeria must be decided at the polling units and not in courtrooms. Speaking at the 56th Annual National Conference of the Nigerian Association of Law Teachers at the University of Abuja, Professor Amupita vowed to end the era of endless courtroom battles over party primaries and internal party disputes. Amupita, who assumed office barely a week ago after being sworn in by President Bola Tinubu, said the growing number of pre-election cases had become a major burden on Nigeria's democracy. He described the over 1,000 pre-election lawsuits filed before the 2023 general elections as litigation by other means, stressing that genuine reform must begin with political parties. The INEC boss added that his administration would work to make the law an instrument of change, not chaos. Amobitang urged the National Assembly to strengthen electoral laws to promote transparency and internal democracy within political parties. The West African Examinations Council, WAEC, has debunked reports claiming it directed schools to restrict senior secondary students to specific subjects for the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination WASC for school candidates. In a statement by its acting head of public affairs, Moyoshola Adeshina, on behalf of the head of the national office, WAEC described the report as unfounded assumptions and urged schools and the public to disregard them. The clarification follows viral social media posts alleging that WAEC had instructed schools to limit students' subject combinations ahead of the 2026 examination. The council emphasized that it does not have the authority to develop or alter senior secondary school curricula, as that responsibility rests solely with the federal government through relevant education agencies. WAEC assured stakeholders that any changes to the national curriculum would be duly communicated through appropriate channels and follow due process. The council, established in 1952, conducts examinations across 5 West African countries, including Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and Liberia, and reiterated its commitment to professionalism, fairness, and credibility. Moving on, where the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has announced that 85 underage candidates have successfully completed its rigorous screening process and qualified for exceptional admission into tertiary institutions. In a statement by its head of media and public relations, Fabian Benjamin, JAM noted that the candidates, all younger than 16 years as of September 2025, were cleared after a meticulous multi-stage evaluation process. The board said the policy of exceptional admission aligns with global best practices, where such cases are treated as rare exceptions rather than the norm. This process, JAM said, produced 182 finalists who were later subjected to interviews and further screening, leading to the final selection of 85 qualified candidates. The board advised any of the finalists who missed the final interview to submit a formal request through its online support portal under the category 2025 Underage Complaint. JAM also gave a 2-day window ending Wednesday, October 29, 2025, for candidates who scored 320 and above in the UTME but failed to upload their O-level results to do so and notify the board through the ticketing platform. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The hearing in the alleged bribery and misappropriation case involving former Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, his wife Hafsat Umar, and 6 others has been stalled at the Kano State High Court due to the defendant's inability to file and serve pending applications. The Kano State government has filed an 11-count charge against the former governor and his co-defendants, bordering on bribery, conspiracy, misappropriation, and diversion of public funds running into billions of naira. And the case came up for hearing. Prosecution counsel Adeola Adedipe informed the court that the government was ready to open its case, noting that witnesses were already present. However, counsel to Ganduje, his wife, and son Lydia Oluwakemi Oyewu said the defense was not ready to proceed as proper service of their newly filed documents had yet to be effected. In her ruling, Justice Amina Adamu Aliyu expressed displeasure over the repeated delays and ordered all parties to ensure that their pending motions were filed and served before the next sitting. The case was subsequently adjourned to November 26, 2025, for the hearing of all pending applications. The All Progressives Congress, APC in Plateau State, has challenged Governor Caleb Mutfwang to disclose the identities of party members allegedly pressuring him to defect from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the APC. Governor Mutfwang had over the weekend told guests at the Government House banquet in Jos that several APC members had approached him to join their party. He added that 60 to 70% of the APC members in the state would be glad to have them in their party, claiming that those publicly rejecting him were only hiding their desires. But the APC's acting publicity secretary in the state, Shitu Bamiyu, dismissed Mutfwang's comment as self-denial, accusing the governor of trying to divert attention from his administration's shortcomings. He argued that if Mutfwang had performed to the satisfaction of Plateau residents, there would be no talk of political realignment or defection. On the foreign scene, where the African Union AU has condemned alleged atrocities and reported war crimes in Sudan's strategic city of El Fasher and called for an immediate end to the fighting. African Union Commission Chairperson Mahmoud Yusuf, in a statement on X, expressed deep concern over the escalating violence in the city, which fell to Rapid Support Forces parliamentary group earlier this month after an 18-month siege. Yusuf denounced alleged war crimes and ethnically targeted killings of civilians in El Fasher and urged warring parties to immediately cease hostilities and open humanitarian corridors to allow life-saving aid to reach affected populations. He stressed that there could be no military solution to the conflict, calling on all sides to engage in dialogue and commit to a peaceful, inclusive political process. El Fasher, the last major city in Sudan's Darfur region held by the army, was captured in October by the RSF, which has been battling the Sudanese armed forces since April 2023. When in sports, Argentina captain Lionel Messi says he hopes to play at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, but will first assess his physical condition before making a final decision. The 38-year-old Inter Miami forward, who led Argentina to World Cup victory in Qatar in 2022, said he dreams of helping the Albiceleste defend their title in North America, where the United States, Mexico, and Canada will co-host the tournament. Messi, who turns 39 next June, added that he would evaluate his readiness during Inter Miami's preseason next year before making a decision. Argentine captain described the chance to play another World Cup as a dream come true. Messi, Argentina's all-time leading scorer with 114 goals in 195 appearances, began his professional career at Barcelona in 2004 before later joining Paris Saint-Germain in 2021 and Inter Miami in 2023. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed support for Dangote refinery expansion to 1.4 million barrels per day. Resident doctors have urged President Bola Tinubu's intervention to avert their nationwide strike. We told you that INEC has extended PVC collection in Anambra State ahead of the November 8 governorship election. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the African Union has condemned atrocities and war crimes in Sudan's El Fasher. That was the news as edited by Stella Sesongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Facebook, Today95.1fm. Instagram at TodayFM951. Or on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
As you don't finish school, opportunity don't come. Join Nigerian Army. The Rivers State government, they tell all our youth for the 23 local governments to take advantage of this opportunity and join the Nigerian Army 90th regular intake permanent employment. Oh yeah, apply online and submit your application before 14th of November 2025. You must get 5 credits, English and Maths compulsory, not more than 2 sittings. For your West African Secondary School Certificate exam, this employment not be for degree or diploma holders. Your age must be from 18 to 26 years. You must stay single, and as a woman, you no go don born pikin. Application na free. To apply, visit our recruitment portal for recruitment.army.mil.ng. Rivers State government ready to give logistics support to the people who qualify. For more information, visit the Rivers State Ministry of Youth Development, Block C, 7th floor, State Secretariat Complex, Port Harcourt. This message now from the Rivers State Ministry of Youth Development.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What in the happen? They say wahala really. Now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just waiting they happen. Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them can give you acid the hot. Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take. Let us see where they go. Homeland is homeland. Me, I go put get for them. I no go be get man at that time for airport. What thing they happen? Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
Uptown boy, dear.